May 11th meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission. We are going to try live mics at all times for the first time. Let's see how this goes. So we're not fighting turning mics on and off. So now I'll say again, good morning. Welcome to the commission meeting. We're going to start with public comment ahead of my comments. I think the first person is Sarah Rogers. Is Sarah on?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Sarah. Welcome to our meeting. We've got you up first this morning, and you'll have 3 minutes for your comments. So welcome. Floor is yours.
Good morning. You want me to go ahead and start?
Please.
Okay. Hey, I live in Florence. I moved here about 8 years ago when I retired. I spent 4 years looking for my dream home, which I found about 4 years ago. It's a beautiful piece of property on the river here overlooking the Siaslaw River Bridge. I'm a disabled vet and with PTSD, and for the first time in my 67 years, I found the happiness and the peace and quiet I was looking for my entire life. Last year, Rick Johnson from the ODOT bridge section robbed me of my final happiness. He installed a metal grate on the draw section of the bridge, replacing a quiet black synthetic material. This grate makes over 100 decibel noise every time a vehicle drives across this bridge. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every few seconds, 100 decibel noise travels over a mile from this bridge. I live a quarter of a mile away. I no longer sit out on my back porch to enjoy my view. I hide in my house. I close all my windows. I keep the doors closed in an attempt, only an attempt to keep out all this noise. I sleep in moments, not hours. The value of my property has gone in the toilet. I was once offered $600,000 for this property. I now can't sell it. As far as I'm concerned, it's unlivable. Rick Johnson says that this choice he made to inflict 100 decibel noise into this town when there was nothing but the sound of crashing waves prior to it. There was no industrial noise here. What entity would be allowed to come into a quiet residential community and make 100 decibel noise every few seconds, 24 hours a day? I'm pretty sure we all would agree that no entity should be allowed to come into any community and inflict this kind of noise every few seconds, 24 hours a day. I have been begging with him to make this change back to a black synthetic hardtop and bring back the peace and quiet to Florence. There's thousands of people that have spent their life savings to live around this bridge. Old Town, if you've ever been to Florence, Old Town, all the fancy restaurants and shops and stuff are within hundreds of feet from this noise. There's motels and bed and breakfasts. The people can't open their windows because the noise is so loud. So I'm just here to beg. My life has been ruined since this decision was made. And the black synthetic top lasts between 15 and 20 years. They did this 20 years ago and installed a grate, and they got so many complaints they had to change it back to the black synthetic quiet hardtop. Why they decided to try it again is beyond me. but it has ruined this community. Absolutely ruined this lovely, once thought out as the prime retirement destination in Oregon, is no longer. If I could possibly sell my house, I would never buy another house in Florence. That's how bad it is. Because even if I got away from the bridge, every time I went downtown, every time I went to a restaurant, every time I crossed this bridge, I would be assaulted by this noise. They refuse to put up signs warning the people that walk across the bridge, who come to our town to enjoy this historic bridge and go on the bridge to look at the views. They refuse to put up signs warning people that they could have ear damage by visiting our bridge. Imagine that. ODOT is causing ear damage to people who walk across the bridge or come to visit our town and enjoy the bridge. It's ridiculous. It's insane. And it needs to be changed back.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate your bringing this to our attention. I don't think anyone on the commission was aware of this. And we'll look into it. And someone will get back to you on it.
Well, I appreciate
thank
it
you for
because
taking the time to attend our meeting and raise this problem.
thank you.
We're going to move on to John McCabe. John, are you here? And then we'll have Angus Duncan after that. So, John.
Yes.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
I can lower this, or is it picked up fine?
It's on.
I'll go
We
with
can hear
picked up
you.
fine.
Thank you.
And then on to Mr. Van Brockland, congratulations on serving your term here, since I've read that today is your
Thank you.
final meeting. And I hope other people acknowledge that also.
Thank you for that very much.
You're welcome. You have before you it is part of public record in the metro area, but I live in this community of Stafford, who will basically be further damaged by any tolling. As you can see, from 2008, when the third lane was placed from milepost 0 to milepost 3, and as Google Maps improved, people found out that this was the way, as Paul Savis has said, to find the third lane of 205 by using Borland Road and other roads in the neighborhood. So we've had as high as an increase from 2008 of 135%. Whenever there's any negative activity on 205, this area is almost impossible to drive in. And then you add tolling, what we hear from urban mobility is you will see nobody come into your neighborhood. These figures prove that is totally false. We will see a lot more people come into our neighborhood. This is why we're so much against tolling, because I'm sorry, Commissioner Byer, but he had said that if there was to be a tolling, there was supposed to be an alternative road, as there would be if they did it in the Eugene area. There is no alternative road. If 205 is tolled, they will come through our neighborhoods, and they already come through our neighborhoods when there are issues on the interstate freeway system. And ODOT has said that there's not that major problem because they go from 2015 and use that differential. By 2015, we were already bad. It started really from 2008. As I have as my source here, I got from the C maps that are provided by Clackamas County. And what we are told is that if there is no tolling, there will be no improvements on 205. The real people that want the improvements on 205 are developers who cannot develop in the Stafford Triangle because of the 5-party agreement until the lanes are widened. So those of us that are already there, that like our farming community, we want to keep it that way. Well, we know we can't because of the 5-party agreement, but if 205 is not widened, they can't do any development. The other one is we were also told that there needs to be tolling because there are no federal funds. If there's no tolling, I-205 will not be widened. To which I kind of say, that sounds fine to me. But they have an issue that they will not address. And this came up in a meeting in March, that they could decrease the speed limit to 55 miles per hour from milepost 0 to milepost 6. ODOT has the ability to do this. They refuse to do this. Lowering it from 0 to 55 in what is already known as a safety corridor for trucking would reduce accidents substantially, would reduce congestion, because the current speed limit in this area is 50 on the reports is 53 miles per hour is what is able to be traveled. House Bill 2017 said congestion is supposed to be at 45 miles per hour or less. So in that situation, we do not really have congestion out where we are. To take point in fact, I got down here in 45 minutes, and we've been told we're congested 15 to 30 minutes a day. I shouldn't be here yet if that was the truth. And that came up in the January 12th meeting, where congestion was brought up that we have 15 minutes a day. We don't. It's basically 4 to 5 minutes a day. And it's usually only during rush hour. And when this whole thing on congestion started, it was going to be a case of we were only going to be told during rush hour to try to reduce traffic during rush hour. And as time passed, it was no, it's going to be 24/7, and you have to have it to pay for I-205. So the ball keeps on moving. We have no idea what's really going on here. That's why so many people are upset at this whole situation. But do we come to ODOT? No, we're going to the Federal Highway Administration who can stop this, because they have to approve this. And we see ODOT, we believe ODOT is not letting our information filter through, because one of the ones recently was for the state of Washington, that they were only charging $1.79 for tolling. And at that meeting of C4 meeting, I go, no, I've got your report here. And I was polite. I said it was $3 per thousand, when in reality, $3 per trip, when it was really $4.20. And part of the problem they're having in Washington is people in these inflationary times are using alternative roads, and their budgets are short by $76 million. So there's congestions in other part in the Washington area for people that don't want to pay for tolls. And this will come to our area too. And it's really, it's like we don't feel anybody cares about us. And I'm not the face of it. I'm just one person. There are a lot more people out there. They're really troubled with we don't feel we're being heard. We feel information is being withheld from us. And we feel what we're submitting to many of these areas is like when you bring up an item, and the next time you go to a meeting, they act like you never even spoke, like they never even looked it up. And when information is proven to be incorrect, it would be best for ODOT to come out and say, our bad, we will correct it. We're lucky we have a pause right now. But if that's all it is, we're going to go we're going to be where we're fearful today of what's going to happen to our communities and what's going to happen to the metropolitan area. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCabe. I appreciate your being here in person. I'll
make it quick. The reason I do this many times, which is another problem with the ODOT meetings, is when they're in person, you don't have to provide information in advance. You can bring it up here raw, and it can't be staff being prepared to counter on anything I said. And we have not been able to have these meetings where we have had to provide stuff in advance. And you can tell the minute the meeting began, you go, they looked at our stuff and now they're preparing for their answer. And it's not really fair. Because I'd rather have their answers, what they're going to present before I even testify, because that's the only fair way.
Thank you. Okay. Appreciate your coming. And as you mentioned, there is going to be a lot more discussion in the coming months about the 205 corridor and the project. Okay, so we're going to move to Angus Duncan. Welcome, Angus. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Welcome.
Okay. Welcome.
Floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Okay, well, welcome and farewell, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to see you go.
Thank you.
But we respect the replacement commission members who've been appointed and hope that they will do, will carry the load a little bit further along. Ms. Chair and members of the commission, I can be brief. In the draft Oregon Transportation Plan that's coming to you, filling potholes and repaving intersections are treated as just as important as reducing greenhouse gas emissions. They are not unimportant tasks. They need to be done, but they plainly aren't as important as reducing transportation emissions. This is an abject failure of policy, not of personnel at ODOT. And as the commission considers this plan, it might do so in the context of 30 years of not moving the needle, even 1 iota, on transportation emissions. I enlarge on this conclusion in my submitted written comments, which you should have. And that's all I need to say today. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Angus. I look forward to continuing to talk to you about these issues. And hope that the progress that you were suggesting accelerates. I guess you would say you can't accelerate from zero, but we may have somewhat different views on, and I think we share views on, for example, electrification. So look forward to continuing the dialogue on a personal level and as two citizens. Okay, so do we have the other? We had 2 unconfirmed commenters, but they don't appear to have arrived. Whoops, is one of them here? Okay. Hang tight. Someone apparently is nearby.
Sharon? Yeah. Would you like to go on?
Great. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, Sharon.
It's good to see you again, sir. And congratulations on getting out off of a committee. I've sat on a lot of committees personally, and I got to tell you, Senator, it's nice to see you.
Well, thank you for coming. And this is an indicator, Sharon, that we are moving fully out of the COVID period, at least in terms of our meetings, because you used to come often.
I used to come on.
Yeah, and now you're here again. So welcome back.
Well, thank you, sir. And for the record, I am Sharon Nassett, and I am with the Economic Transportation Alliance, Third Bridge Now. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and I've been working on transportation for since about 2000, so well over 20 years. And as a senator, I came to his office a few different times with the Columbia River crossing. So I'm here today to talk to you about in November, Commissioner Brown and you were both in Silverton. Yes. At the Transportation Commission, and I had Chair Barney there. And at that time when I spoke about, I'm so sorry, I'm wearing shades inside. At that time, I spoke about the fact of the Third Bridge corridor, a freeway corridor that was in the Columbia River crossing, and that we had an I-84 alignment that stayed within the right-of-way that had been accepted in the I-5 Trade and Transportation Partnership and had been sent in several times to ODOT. And Chair Barney said she and the other members had never heard about any of it. And her and I chatted for a while, and she said I could have meetings with each of you, at which I set up. And then I was to contact Region 1, or actually they contacted Region 1 a couple of times, and then she told me to contact Ryan at Region 1 to set up a presentation here at that time. And we talked about the fact that the Oregon Freight Committee had never had anything on it. The Portland Freight Committee had not, and that members had asked over the years to speak about this issue and had always been turned down and were not allowed to bring it up. It was this textbook, full freedom of First Amendment rights of the government, squashing it. So I go to set up my meeting with the Region 1, and instead they wouldn't contact me back. And I got a letter and a phone call from the chair that said the governor would not allow me to meet with any of you. Remember, I had to cancel all those appointments, and that I could not present any of the data here, and it still could not present at any of the transportation meetings that take place in Oregon officially, and that I could not, that they had to cancel the presentation. And anytime I communicated with you guys, with commissioners, not guys, sorry, I had to do it directly through Michelle at ODOT, and could no longer use, because you used to have your own emails. That was at commission. Okay, and they took that away because citizens were actually contacting you, and now it all has to go directly through them, which is mostly why I stopped contacting and sending things in, because I was like, so that is textbook First Amendment. And we have won 3 community awards, and no offense, but I don't think even Chris, Chris, what's your last name? Okay, thank you. Could write a paragraph on our I-84 or on I-5 and on our freeway corridor. And yet we've won 3 community awards. And that is definitely First Amendment. And you need to have them drop our stuff, because now it is totally in the, you know that the CRC and the I-84 are totally in the garbage or tank or whatever. There's nobody that agrees with it, nobody that likes it. Rose Quarter still hasn't even started having people come to meetings. It's all still in a community that has the least amount of computers. It is all still only computer or call on a phone. And they will not let you contact even the chair. And I used to know him when he was a Mountain Elmo County commissioner. And I've been thinking about going up to Deacon's Row because I know where he goes to church. Yep. Catholics can go to other churches too. But anyways, so this needs to be settled. Tens of thousands of people have their First Amendment being squashed by not having our project being able to be presented by ODOT and in front of the citizens. And all of Oregon does by not having competition. And you know, I at CRC2 and the other are totally in the tank. They're nobody wants to support it. Just because Washington put up a little bit of money does not mean it's going anywhere. So I would like your help with this, because you were so kind before when we started. You were one of the first persons that said, yeah, I'll have meetings with you before it was so. So here is the thing. We have a new governor, and the first governor had to leave CRC and is still trying to figure out legal stuff from it. The second one wasn't rated very well nationally. This one is into environmental justice and is honest. And she's been in North Portland. And so we are her people. She's walked under our stars. When that bulldozer comes, she knows the names and faces of those people and knows it's not right to not have a fair process. And you can't say one project is great if it's afraid of competition. We have a right to go back into that, and they need to do that. And they're doing a supplemental environmental impact statement right now. And our I-84, our improvements on I-5 and our corridor need to be fully studied. As we were promised in the beginning, we came in, they removed us against the NEPA. We have all kinds of letters that have said that, all kinds of senators and representatives signed against it. And even if we didn't, they did not have a right to remove it. You leave it right up there, and then you point out everything that's wrong. You do not just take something out of a competition because you are afraid of competition. So how can you help me, sir?
Well, I don't know that it would be me, but we'll take this up with the director and
could you take it directly up with the governor, because she will know who I am.
I will talk to the transportation policy advisor for the governor
Thank
about
you.
this.
Because when The chair did contact Region 1 2 or 3 times, and I do know Ryan
Winsheimer.
There you go. From when he was anyways, and he got 3 calls and never contacted this commission back, and 2 from me and never contacted me back. I went directly to the governor to push down and use textbook First Amendments with the force of the government. So
Okay, well, let me explore this a little bit.
thank you.
And I will, someone here will get back to you.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Sharon,
time.
coming. I appreciate your comments.
Well, I came down just for you today, although I made a few other meetings, but I thought I would come and say thank you.
Well,
You've
thank you
done a
very
great job.
much for coming.
Good day.
We had 2 others who were unconfirmed, and they're not, okay. So we're going to close the public comment portion of our meeting. And I think I'll have my comments more toward the end of the day. So that I think we should just move on with the business before the commission first. So I think I'll turn it over to Chris for his report, the director's report, and the consent agenda.
Wonderful. So thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Chris Stricker, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. Thank you for a few moments this morning. I have a few topics that I'd like to hit, and then we also have, I think, an update item towards the end that we'd like to bring up a few folks for. So let me go through the topics, and then if it pleases you, I'll bite the others up at that time.
Okay, very good.
First topic is Safety Break. So every year, Oregon OSHA coordinates Safety Break as a one-day event designed to raise awareness and promote safety in the workplace. It's a culture of safety and health in the workplace. It's statewide, and it's an effort that takes place for one day in many places, and that was yesterday. But for ODOT, it takes place the entire month of May. This year's Safety Break was held yesterday, as I said, and we hold the event all through the month. And this year's theme is Safety 360. Safety 360 means safety encompasses everything that we do every day. It's not linear. There's no finish line. It's not ever done. It's a continuous cycle of improvement. Our Office of Employee Safety has created activities that all employees can participate in individually or as a group. And it's a great opportunity to promote the core value of safety. We ask everyone all year long to be on the lookout for our crews and contractors. They do dangerous work, and it's really important that others are looking out for them as well as them looking out for each other. And May is an important month to just put that reminder on the table and remind us all just how dangerous the work is that our crews do. The second topic is in 2020, before the pandemic began, we had many lease spaces across the state. Obviously, ODOT owns buildings as well in order to conduct the work that we conduct, but we really have different right-of-way or office spaces across the state. We serve every corner of the state to the tune of over 50 DMV leased offices, probably between 16 and 25 office buildings, and those lease costs can add up. And you heard me mention the date before, 2020, things are a little bit different now. So due to the pandemic and remote working, some of our office space has been underutilized. So our facilities team has been analyzing space needs and working with the business groups to say, what needs do we have going forward? How has that changed since the pandemic? What are the impacts associated with those changes? So I wanted to report that we've successfully eliminated about 7 leases and maybe 1 more on the way, saving about $4.2 million already and a potential of $1.3 million more. That's a sizable dent in our lease space, and it helps towards our operations budget, as you well know. So I wanted to report and then give kudos to not just the facilities team, who's doing a great job of pulling the information together, but also the teams that are willing to be consolidated in ways that they hadn't been asked to before in order to conduct their work. So the facilities team, I think, has done a fantastic job of doing their very best to not impact business operations while also working with those business lines. So that's an important success for us. The third item is something that we've already heard from today. And that is on behalf of all of ODOT, Mr. Chair, we want to extend congratulations and appreciation for the work that you've done leading the commission You came on the commission in 2017. In 2019, became chair. And since that time, and this is the downside, by the way, of working through all of the accomplishments that the commission and the agency has gone through, is that you either get to hear about it multiple times from multiple people, or I get to defer my comments to others. But I wanted to hit a few. When you entered into leadership, we were just starting the delivery of House Bill 2017. And House Bill 2017, I'm happy to report, we've got over 50% of the projects under construction or completed. Another 30 to 40% of those projects well into the design phase. And so you can say in earnest that a lot of the House Bill 2017 delivery and the majority of it has really come under the leadership of this commission and your leadership, Mr. Chair. You initiated the agency's first strategic action plan. Invested more in active transportation than any other time in the commission's history, helped facilitate the Great Streets program, which we receive a significant amount of feedback on and demonstrates a recognized shift in how ODOT shows up to deliver projects in communities, and then notably provided the largest investment in EV infrastructure. I say all that to say that it's difficult to capture every moment, but Mr. Chair, as I started, I want to say thank you from the department. I know I speak for everybody when I say we appreciated the leadership and the moments that you provided for us. At this time, I think I'd like to open to other commissioners who might want to use some of this time as well, and then invite Ms. Kelly Brooks up to provide a few remarks as well.
No pressure to say anything.
No, Chair, I just want to thank you. I know my time on the commission, you've provided me with leadership and helped me navigate all of the complex of ODOT. You know, the complexities are many. We cover a lot of transportation in the state, and I don't think we could have done it without your leadership. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Julie, very much.
Mr. Chair, thank you for your leadership. It's going to be a broken record here, but I just want to highlight that you have done more to advance ODOT's efforts in climate action than anybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Lee? Again, no pressure to say. And I'm delighted you've joined.
Well, Bob, I was looking forward to working with you. Now you've abandoned me.
Well,
No,
And you're
but I won't
not
read back the
enthusiastically.
discussions that you and I have had over the years since you started this while I was still in the Senate. And
Yes.
I appreciated your candor and helping me at that time in the political environment, trying to understand the metropolitan area, which I still haven't achieved. But I appreciated your counsel, and I have enjoyed the short while we've worked together on the commission, and I know you won't be absent from those discussions as the commission moves ahead and we watch the politics of it all.
You'll be able now to shut me down, but I won't be quiet, as you all know. I'm not a quiet person. So, Kelly? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Kelly Brooks. I'm Governor Kotek's Transportation and Infrastructure Advisor, and it's wonderful to be here with you all today. And I am here to personally pass along the gratitude of the governor and to sing some of your praises. Here, some of those will be repeating some of Chris's remarks. But before I get into that, this is, I have quite a few different boards and commissions that I'm working with at the moment, and this one is a big one. This one's a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of time, and we appreciate all of you, and specifically you, Chair Brocklin, for taking that time and really bringing a high standard of what's expected here and carrying that forward. So thank you so much. And now I want to go into a little bit of detail about why we should thank you. So your tenure has been marked by strong efforts to make Oregon's transportation system more accessible and equitable. Under your leadership, you've led the creation of ODOT's strategic action plan, which outlines the state's priorities for addressing transportation challenges across Oregon. Your time on this commission and leadership here also coincides with the single largest investment that the agency's ever had in active transportation. And I'm sure that's no accident. And all of that makes the folks that are using our system, either walking, biking, or rolling, safer, and makes that more accessible to everyone. And as has been mentioned, you have been an extremely strong supporter and advocate for reducing carbon emissions and working to expand electric vehicle charging infrastructure throughout the state. Under your leadership, Oregon is investing more than $100 million over the next few years to expand our public charging capacity. Your time here on this commission is just part of a long and distinguished career. Your retirement from the commission marks before you are including being a firm managing partner of Stoll Reeves, Oregon's largest law firm, and staff counsel to the United States Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Again, we really owe you a debt of gratitude and appreciate all that you've done for the state. And hope I get to see you on walks in the neighborhood, because now I figured out we live in the same neighborhood. And then in terms of what's in the bag, I've only been a part of one other gift giving exercise in this job, and it was with Governor Inslee. And I just want to tell you, he got the same cutting board that's shaped like Oregon in there. So it's a very high level, important cutting board that you're receiving. And I hope that you can put it to good use. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And thank Governor Kotek for relaying her comments through you. And I really appreciate that very much. And you're being here today very much. Maybe I will say a couple of things now, because it just seems like the time to do it. As I was coming off of being firm managing partner and realized I was going to have some time, even though I was still in practice and not yet in retirement, and I really did want to give back. So I contacted a neighbor of mine who lives 3 doors from me, Nick Blosser, who is chief of staff to Governor Brown, and just said, if you want me to do something, now would be a good time for a conversation, which very quickly led to him getting back with me. He came down to my office and started talking to me about being on the OTC and chairing the OTC. And I said I didn't want to chair it initially because I needed to get back up to speed on some things that I'd been away from. And so we worked out the notion of coming on and then chairing after Chair Bainey had completed her time on the commission. And I would just say that if I had to characterize my interest aligning with, I think, what we've done, it is this. This is a time of enormous change in transportation, but really in society at large, in a number of ways, culturally and in other ways. The opportunity here is to make these transitions in a way that improves the quality, maintains or improves the quality of life of Oregonians, and that has really been what I've been most interested in. And so, you know, some of the things that have been mentioned to me are very important in making that transition. It's an evolving endeavor, and we have a lot of work left to do on it. But I feel very good about the steps we've taken. 5 years ago, we did not have a climate office. 5 years ago, we did not have an urban mobility office. 5 years ago, we did not have any money in electrification in Oregon. We are now one of the leading states in the country on adoption of EV. I drive an EV, Chris drives an EV, Brendan drives an EV, and probably a lot of other people here who've never shared the intimate details of what car they own. And we are also, I think, have tried to do a good job. And all of these things are, again, evolving, but I think we've done a good job of at least initially getting the questions around people that don't drive at all, can't afford to drive, don't have the option of driving. And maybe one of the things I'm most proud of is the strategic action plan, which I had a heavy hand in because it is a statement about the future. And the future, that the kind of the primary themes of this, and this was not me, this was me in concert with the director and the other members of the commission and a lot of people at ODOT. But that we came forward with a strategic action plan that emphasizes equity and climate, multi-mobility, a modern transportation system that gives people choices, and a stable and reliable financing system that will inevitably, I think, require some pricing of the system and will require some type of vehicle miles traveled approach to funding, because our funding sources are not going to be delivering what they have in the past because of the change that's occurring. And the other one of the most interesting aspects of all of that is that these changes are not just being driven by governmental policy and regulation, they're being driven by private sector commitment to a different market, particularly EVs. So it's been fascinating to be in that milieu. It's an extraordinary time. And, you know, I leave it with mixed feelings, frankly, but, you know, I thought about this decision, which is my own volition entirely, to resign at this time, because I just recognized two things were going on in addition to this. One was my life was changing. When I started, I was a full-time lawyer at Stoll Reeves, who had just come off of running the firm. Over the time between then and now, I've retired from law practice. I've become the grandfather of 2 young children. And my wife, who is a saint, has been carrying an increasing load of all of the other things going on in our lives, and in particular, the care and attention that is necessary for members of her family, including her parents, who just turned 90, and 2 aunts that are seriously ill. And I just could no longer have her carrying so much. So it was a hard decision, but it was an important one. And the other thing, which I mentioned in my letter of resignation, which at the time I sent to Governor Brown because she was governor, but it was clearly intended for her successor as well. I really do believe that when we elect a new chief executive, that chief executive should be able to name their leadership team. And the chairs of the commissions and boards are part of that leadership team. And I wanted to give the new governor that opportunity by resigning and allowing her to decide who would be next. And I thought that was the right decision when I sent the letter in November, and I still think it's the right decision. And it's nothing personal. And I'm sure had I continued in this role, the governor and I would have had many good moments. So, and lastly, I want to thank the people I've served with up here, the three other people who are here today and all the people that I've served with over time. It's a great organization. The commission members are all incredibly committed and thoughtful, and we all try and provide direction and oversight to a remarkably talented group of people. And that's the final thing I want to say is it's just been a privilege to work with the leadership team here. Lots of problems, lots of complaints, lots of it could have gone this way rather than that way. But we're very lucky to have the talent we have in this agency. And so, and then since my hour as a commission's lone report as the director, I've worked particularly closely with Chris, and that's just been enormously helpful to all of us, to me in particular. And he's very talented. And I feel very lucky to have had the chance to work so closely with him. So again, thanks to everyone who has helped me try and do what I've tried to do. That's probably way more than I should say. So thank you all. And thank you for coming again.
Oh, thank you so much. We owe you a debt of gratitude and appreciate your service a great deal.
Thank you. Okay, Chris,
Well, Mr. Chair,
we
with that.
go from the ridiculous to the sublime with
Well,
the
Well,
consent agenda.
We do have,
You're welcome here anytime.
we do have one item in advance of the consent agenda, if you're willing, and that is to provide an update on some of the DMV work, specifically related to DMV suspensions. If I could invite Travis Brower and Amy Joyce up, and while they come up, I feel compelled to say that a lot of folks outside of the agency, and frankly, even some probably within the agency, don't even know that our commission is a volunteer commission. It is unpaid for each and every one of you. The amount of time that you have to dedicate to not just understand the issues, but guide them from your chair is significant. And so it takes a great deal of personal ambition and dedication to Oregonians and to the transportation system. So I thank you yet again, and that goes to everybody. It is not an easy job. We recognize that. Sometimes we even make it harder for you. But it doesn't go without a significant amount of appreciation. And it feels important to at least acknowledge for a lot of folks out there that this is a labor of love for each of you. And so we thank you for your service. So with that, maybe I'll turn to some of the business of the day before we get to the consent agenda and allow Mr. Brower and Ms. Joyce to walk through just a quick update on where we are with DMV suspensions.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Chair Von Brocklin, Vice Chair Brown, and members of the commission. My name is Amy Joyce, and I'm the administrator of the Driver and Motor Vehicle Services Division, the DMV. Here to inform you of the progress DMV is making and updating customer records to be accurate in terms of driver's license suspensions. Some context about what we're talking about, and reminding you of the issue. So Oregon statute provides that for certain crimes involving a motor vehicle, the person's driver's license is suspended or revoked, and that suspension or revocation doesn't begin until they are released from incarceration. The process has been that when DMV receives notice from the court, we place the suspension on the record with an indefinite start and end date. The process that we have used for many, many years, and these laws have been on the books for many years, is that it was on the individual who was convicted to provide the information to DMV about what their release date was so that we could put the accurate dates on the record. And therefore, if the person didn't give us that information, we would have these suspensions that just hung on indefinitely. This came to light due to some circumstances last fall, working together with the Multnomah County DA's office, the District Attorneys Association, the Sheriff's Association, Department of Corrections, and others. We investigated the root of the problem, and then DMV began developing a plan and devoting resources to correcting these records. understanding at that point what the problem was. So when we began, there were about 3,000 records in this pool of folks who had indefinite records that were potentially inaccurate. As of yesterday, 97% of those have been either verified or corrected. Verified would mean the person is still incarcerated, and therefore that sort of indefinite end date is appropriate because they have not yet been released from incarceration. The remaining, 3% or so are very challenging in terms of the data. We have folks who are spending, hours with a local jail, Department of Corrections, and our own records trying to sort out a single case. That's not by way of complaint, but just to say that we are devoting the resources and the time necessary to clean up every single record. So going forward, couple of fronts that we're going forward on. One is Senate Bill 343. This will change the law so that the incarceration mentioned in statute only applies to incarceration with Department of Corrections, therefore not at local jails. Working with the 36 counties, and again, discussing this with the DA's Association, the Sheriff's Association, this is the best solution we could come up with because it's a very practical problem of trying to sync up with the 36 counties and get accurate and timely information. That bill made it through the Senate. We've had our public hearing in House Judiciary and it's on for work session on Monday. So we're very hopeful that that will make it through the process and help correct it going forward. Secondly, DMV, pardon me, is working with Department of Corrections on developing a system for the go forward so that we can sync up our records so that when someone is released from Department of Corrections, we can get that information timely, put the information on the record so that the end date of the suspension, which could be, 3, 5, 10 years later, will be accurate and automatically come off the record at the appropriate time. I'll just make 2 quick notes about these numbers. All these numbers are fluid. So folks who are incarcerated and then are released, right, switch from being on this sort of indefinite list to having an accurate record. And then people continue to be convicted of these crimes and become incarcerated. So we're adding to the number of those who appropriately have that indefinite date on the record. That's what I have, and I'd welcome your questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Not a question, but thank you. Appreciate the efforts. I think it's something that we need to do to be customer service to all Oregonians.
Great.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's a step forward. It may not be the final step, but it's certainly an important one.
Thank you.
Okay.
Back to you.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission at this time, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to bring up Amy. As you can tell, there's a reason why she was giving that update and not me. But I'd like to request your consideration of the consent agenda in block, items 1 through 11, and noting that our next meeting is in Pendleton. So we're going back on the road.
I need to pull 8 because
Okay.
I have a conflict there.
Great.
I have
So
a
the
project.
idea is to vote on 8 separately.
Perfect.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, vote on items 1 through 7 and 9 through 11 in block.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed.
And then, Mr. Chair, consideration of item 8 on the consent agenda.
Is there a motion to approve item 8? And before we do that, would you like to
Sure. For the
make
record,
your
I'm gonna
statement?
recuse myself from that, from this, as I have a project for the Rogue Valley Transportation District.
Okay, potential conflict of interest, so we will vote without Commissioner Brown. Assuming a motion and a second.
Move approval of consent agenda item 8.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Anything else from the director on his report? Okay, then we are going to move on. Pick up a little time here, and I know why we're behind. So committee updates. This is something that we're going to start doing more regularly on the commission, and that is commission members have various assignments and serve on various committees. And we want to hear periodically from them directly as liaisons to the full commission about the work going on in those committees. So today, I think it's going to be some comments from Commissioner Brown and some comments from Commissioner Smith. Who's going first? Commissioner Smith?
Okay,
Commissioner Smith,
All right, 'cause then I can take up more time. Right?
absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's the order of the
Excellent.
day.
In the interest of time today, I have two committees that I chair, one is not chair, that I'm involved in. One is a chair of the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, CIAC, that's hard to say. And I'm going to defer my report on that till next meeting because I want to focus my efforts and discussion today on the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee, EMAC. I'm the commission liaison to that committee, which is a very important committee, I think, and is kind of groundbreaking for our organization and throughout the nation. EMAC was convened to address equity and mobility in the toll program in May of 2020. And it is an incredible committee with amazing members, each who bring professional and lived experience from the communities with equity and mobility. And they represent various organizations and professions, including CBOs, transportation planning, business leaders, and others. And they bring a wealth of experience to this committee. And they are charged to address low income and affordability, neighborhood health and safety, and transit and multimodal opportunities. And they have met so many times over the last 3 years. And they bring a trauma-informed perspective to all their work. And they have co-created the equity framework for tolling, which they developed foundational statements, and they delivered their recommendations to this commission. And we wholeheartedly endorsed their work and their foundational statements. So then in fall of 22, there was a transition among the committee who left for various reasons. And we have new members. And as of spring of 23, there's 16 members total, and I act as the liaison. And today, just a summary of the work that they've done, which is incredible. After 2.5 years of convening, they delivered their recommendations to us. And then since July of 22, they have continued to focus on implementing the recommendations to further equity and equity process, as well as outcomes with the NEPA projects, community engagement, a very robust community engagement, really groundbreaking, reaching out to communities historically underserved, as well as people with different languages. And they specifically have done additional work, providing input on the Oregon Transportation Plan Amendment, providing informing the equity performance metrics used in the I-205 toll project, environmental analysis. I mean, I have to read because the list goes on. They submitted a formal EMAC comment for the I-205 toll project draft environmental assessment. They provided input on the regional mobility community engagement strategies and tactics. They workshopped strategies and tactics for long-term accountability monitoring structures and reporting for the toll program. And as the two committees, toll committees have come online, they have the statewide toll rulemaking advisory committee and the regional toll advisory committee, STRAC and RAC, RTAC. We have dedicated liaisons to those committees. Dr. Phil Wu and James Paulson work with those committees, and they report back to the committee as a whole. So it is just an incredible amount of work that I want to thank the committee and highlight their work to date And I have a whole list of what their next steps are, but maybe I'll save that for next meeting. Because it's just a huge lift and we are lucky to have them. So that's my report.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Smith. It is an amazing group, and they have been before the full commission a couple of times, and we've heard their recommendations and endorsed them and unanimously. And I just think this is along with other outreach efforts on the I-205 project that Mandy Putney's been leading and the UMO has been leading. I think these are model efforts to try, which is the whole idea of the urban mobility office, is to take mega projects and try and figure out how can you do them, that these very expensive, complicated projects. And part of that is outreach to the community that is going to be impacted. And so EMAC is a big part of that, but it goes beyond EMAC to a number of other outreach efforts that we've heard from Mandy on in prior meetings. So I think it's they're developing a very good template that could be used in future efforts. And so I'm really excited about the work we've done on outreach, including specifically EMAC. And I want to thank Commissioner Smith, and prior to Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Simpson, Vice Chair Simpson, for serving on EMAC for one or the other, and for a while both, kind of tag teaming on being our liaison. And Orlando and Sharon have done fabulous work and been very conscientious about it. So I think the liaison model is also an important piece to this. So when you hear that we're not listening to anybody, that's wrong. We are listening, and we continue to listen, and we will be continuing to listen. So I just reject that conclusion. We're now going to hear from the vice chair on another committee.
On another committee that Commissioner Smith has been helping me with. So I am the liaison with the Area Commission on Transportation across the state of Oregon, all of the different commissions. And we've tried to attend as many meetings as possible. And with COVID, it actually made it pretty easy being virtual. But now that a lot of the meetings are starting to be in person, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But I believe that they're going to keep those links available for us. With the changing of our funding and really looking at how ODOT does business in general, the Area Commission on Transportation always had a huge role as an advisory committee to us. They would rank the projects, they would look at different things and help us in our decision making, bringing that regional piece in. And over the years, they started questioning, why do we even have them? Nothing really has changed, because we do want to know what's happening in our region, and we do want to know what their priorities and their projects are. So we as a commission decided that we needed to keep standing this committee up. With that said, they are in the process of working on a work plan as to what they're going to concentrate and kind of really look at for the commission and bring to us so that it can help in our decision making. They will be meeting in June at the end of the month to bring their work plans forward, and all the chairs will be there to talk about this. But we really think that it's important that we continue that piece of communication. For some of the rural areas, this committee also kind of falls into what is happening in road projects in general. Sometimes it has nothing to do with ODOT, but it does in the sense that some of the funding can be matched, or sometimes we can help them with a project that we also are standing up. So we think the communication, at least Sharon and I thought it's needed, and that we need to continue that. When we get 2 more commissioners on, it will be helpful, because some of the things is I think we can spread this across so that we aren't carrying that load. When you listen to Sharon, she has spent a lot of time. This committee, this commission, I have been attending the Rogue Valley one since I started my career 20 some odd years ago, and have always attended those. But I see that it's very, very important. So I'm gonna stop talking because I'm just rambling at this point, but I'm starting to act like you, Bob. I don't know what's going on here.
It's contagious.
I
Uh,
guess. It's in the gavel.
Yeah.
Yes, just silence me.
Use it like this.
But I will report after we do meet in June. So it'll be in our July meeting.
So I want to thank both Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Smith for working on this. And I agree with Vice Chair Brown that as the commission has been short a member for quite some time now. We have had a vacancy, and that will, presuming Senate confirmation if it hasn't already occurred. I think they're in process on the two new members of the commission that will succeed Marcelin Burke and myself. Once you get to 5, I think that some of this work will be able to be spread across the commission, and Sharon won't have to be on every committee. Or she'll continue to be on every committee. Not my call. Okay, we're going to move on to the Urban Mobility Office report. And we have the director of the UMO and the I-205 project director here, Brendan Finn and Andy Putney. Welcome.
Good morning. Got to get this mic in the right spot because I haven't done that in the past. Well, good morning. Thank you for having us here. For the record, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. I'm joined by Mandy Putney, our Strategic Initiatives Director. Here for our standing update that we give at every meeting. Thank you for having us. I'm going to go to the next slide, please. And we like to orient you when we first start out with our map, our urban mobility strategy map. But before we do the urban mobility strategy, the urban mobility offices, the success that we've had could have not come to fruition without the leadership of Chair Van Brocklin. So I want to thank you on behalf of the Urban Mobility Office. It's been 3 years. It's been a journey, and it's been an iterative journey where this map has changed. Our strategy has changed, but as Director Strickler likes to say, it's working. So thank you, Mr. Chair. In this role and in my previous role, again, it's been a journey, and I just want to say how much we appreciate your leadership. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank Mandy for all of your, and Megan and others for all of the work that's gone on here. In your case, Brendan, started with an interview in the governor's office to become transportation policy advisor. And it's been a great partnership in that role, which now Kelly Brooks, who we heard from earlier, is in that position, and also in your current role when you moved from the governor's office to ODOT. So thank you for your steadfast commitment to this effort and your friendship.
Thank you. Likewise, Bob, appreciate that. Yeah, I was nervous that day. I always get nervous when I'm here before you as well, but that day I was extremely nervous. So, but it panned out well for me. So back to business here with your mobility strategy map. What we're going to be covering here today will be a little bit of an update on the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project, where we stand currently with that. Then we'll head south down and give you a construction update. I'll turn it over to Mandy at that point on the Abernathy Bridge Phase 1 project of the I-205. And then we'll dive a little bit into the 2 tolling projects, where we currently are with those. I will be up here with Assistant Director Brower on our next agenda item to talk about a little bit of the change in the timing there, and that may impact some of the pieces that we present to you today. So just wanted to caveat that. So next slide, please. So with the Rose Quarter Improvement Project, as the commission knows, we've been working with our partners at Federal Highways to work through the supplemental environmental assessment process based on the hybrid 3 design that we brought to you, a little bit longer than a year ago. We've gotten a lot of comments from the public and from partners in the project area. that's actually impacted some of the design elements that we're currently contemplating, with a real focus on safety within the project area. So we're still working with FHWA. We hope to have that environmental assessment approved with their approval in Q4 of this year. So we'll be bringing you back that as well. Another exciting piece of news that's coming out for the project as well is the $800,000 grant award to the city of Portland in partnership with Albina Vision Trust to do a planning effort around the Rose Quarter project to make the most of that project and also look at some of the district development that's happening there. We'll be partners at the table with our partners and our renewed partnership with the city of Portland to see how this project can be a catalyst for redevelopment in kind of a restorative character, bringing back to that neighborhood what it's been lost with the construction of I-5. So we look forward to that. We think it puts us in a great position with that Reconnecting Communities grant program when we come back to them for a significant request for construction dollars based on that new design. So I also have a request here of the commission today. When we did bring you that hybrid 3 design, you requested that we come back to you in July of this year with a financial plan. You also said during that time that if you could not do it at that case, we need you to come back and request another year to do so. So here we are, and with the pieces that I just explained there, we have some opportunities, and we're also going to be making some design elements that may change the financial plan, as well as some other changes in timing to the toll program that are going to require us to make that request of you to allow us to come back and bring that financial plan to you in July of 2024. So, Mr. Chair, that's the one item I have for approval for the commission. So I'll turn it back over to you if there's discussion or questions.
Questions? Yes.
Comment.
Commissioner
more-
Smith,
more
comment?
than a
Commissioner Smith.
comment more than a question. I appreciate it's hard to navigate the changing goalposts. It's wonderful that City of Portland and Albina Vision Trust got the grant for planning, which I think is well needed because there's a whole lot of local planning that needs to happen as we move forward. You know, and understanding the impact of the toll delay, trying to incorporate that into the plan is understandable. You need more time. My only comment, not to you necessarily, but to the world, is the longer these projects take, the more they cost. And so delay is not always our friend. Yeah, that's the right word. And it's just it especially with escalating costs and impacts. It's hard. It's hard to do because it's just going to cost us all more later. But I understand why the request is being made.
Yes, Commissioner Byer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really pleased to see that it seems like finally the partners are coming together and getting serious about some planning on this. And I appreciate the work that the staff has done to persevere through this. It's obviously been a controversial project. I appreciate Commissioner Smith's comments on this. I will say, having been involved in the 2017 discussions, this is not the same project that the legislature approved in 2017. And then I know that in the media, there have been a lot of criticisms about the escalation of costs. And I would say, yeah, it's not the same project. And so the need to develop the funding plan is important, and it makes sense to take the time to do that. I have to say that given what we all know about our financial picture at this point, I'm not sure how we finance this project, but I think it's going to require probably some additional legislative action. And I look to them to provide that direction and commitment and assurity that we're going to move forward on this. I think the department has expressed solid support for doing this project. but it's a challenge financially. And so that'll be something that, I want to make sure from the fiduciary standpoint that we limit our financial exposure while still supporting the project until those finance decisions are made.
Yeah, no, understood, Commissioner. I think our eyes are wide open on those challenges and that we need to be accountable and also good fiscal stewards.
Yeah, I'd just make a short comment on, we're going to follow up on what Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Byer said, and that is project has changed, and it's changed not only for the reasons that Commissioner Byer indicated in terms of it is a very different project. The hybrid 3 design is a very different design than where we started. So there are all of the questions that Commissioner Byers raised about, and probably some that he hasn't raised because we don't know all of the questions on infrastructure improvement and cost and financing of costs, et cetera. The other thing that's happening there, though, is not just the $800,000 grant from the federal government, but the $400 million investment that Phil and Penny Knight are making in this new 1803 fund, and which I think is very exciting and has the potential to be transformative in concert with the infrastructure improvements. And so there are both pieces are really important. I guess the way I think of them is there's the infrastructure development piece and there's the redevelopment land use planning piece, which will be led by the city and ATV, and I'm sure with substantial input from the 1803 fund. So I've been thinking all day, what is the watchword as I leave this position? And it's the evolution of all of these things. It continues to move and change and develop. And so we're faced with new opportunities and new challenges with all of those kind of points of evolution. And the I-205, pardon me, the Rose Quarter Improvement Project is a prime example of that. Well, I-205 is as well of continual evolution. And so it requires us to be nimble and move along with those kind of milestones of evolution in order to reach the goal we're ultimately kind of developing simultaneous with trying to move forward what we're charged with doing in House Bill 2017. There's a very interesting urban dynamic here that we're involved in. And as to your earlier comments, which I still can't totally explain.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for mentioning the influx of philanthropy that's going to be happening in that district. And when you look at some of the successful districts in the city of Portland, South Waterfront, the Pearl District, those infrastructure investments, particularly in transportation, were also combined with planning efforts and private sector investment. So we're seeing that coalesce there. We're excited to be a part of it and excited for your leadership.
I wonder if I could ask one question on the Rose Quarter, which is there have been media reports and there have been conversations in the agency about recent communications from the Trailblazers organization that we have various entities, so I'm not sure which entity it is, but from the about their concerns about recent designs. Do you have an update on that?
Yes, I do. I did submit a letter. Well, the RIP City Management, as they go under, did submit a letter to Federal Highways, kind of doing a little bit of 180 from their first letter, which said they were excited about the collaboration that's been happening. Those design elements that I talked to you about, those refinements that we're making are to address some of the safety issues in that district. A lot have to do with some of the large events, a large number of events that they have there at the Moda Center that go beyond obviously just Blazer games. So and Director Strickler's been involved in helping that leadership as well. So we've been directly engaged, and I think that's really paid off, and we're having a better project, not just historically for the community, but also for our partners at Rip City Management.
So further questions? I think, go ahead.
Just a comment. You keep forgetting him over here.
What's
Yeah, I
this
need to
bag?
move
I've got a
closer.
mixed bag. It's blocking.
Sorry. Now, I'm going to be optimistic and say that what they find in their planning process will actually reduce the cost. There you go. So now you've got
A
a big-
glove has been tossed.
So, but I also think that the comment that you made, that the private and public partnership, and I think that's what's going to happen, is as they start planning this out and they really take a good look at it, they're going to realize that money needs to come from others in partnership to make that happen. And so I'm just gonna stay optimistic, because, you know, if we let Travis tell us, it wouldn't be optimistic.
Well, having the Allen family and the Knight family involved in this part of Portland that's a pretty good place to start. Deep pockets. We need a motion on the extension of the finance plan deadline. And the date you're looking for is
July 2024.
July 1st, 2024. It's currently July 1st, 2023. It's amazing. I was thinking back on that letter that I helped write. It seems like we would never get to the date we put in there, and we're at the date we put in there. It
There
just,
we are.
time is an astonishing thing. So we need a motion moving the deadline for the finance plan out a year. That's what you're requesting.
That's correct. Thank you.
Is
Mr.
there
Chair.
such a motion?
I think you should make it.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Nay? Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Andy, anything further?
Appreciate. Yep, I'll turn it over to here, but I first want to thank Madam Vice Chair for your optimism. We will have that as
That's all
well.
I have left.
We appreciate that.
It's optimism.
And I will turn it over to Mandy Putney now to start with a I-205 construction update.
Okay, thanks, Brendan.
Welcome, Mandy.
Thank you so much for the record. I'm Mandy Putney with our Mobility Office, and I am the Strategic Initiatives Director. Before I get started, I'd like to add the acknowledgement of all the change and work that has come under your tenure, Chair Van Brocklin, and also want to thank Commissioner Smith for her active participation and leadership with the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee. I think the tie to the commission has really been critical with the ability to establish trust with that committee. Many of the members did not join the committee. I think, well, I'd say they joined with a heavy amount of skepticism about what might be able to be accomplished. And we still have a lot of work to do, but it's really been tremendous to be a part of that effort. So as I move on, we're going to talk briefly about Abernathy Bridge, and then I will share a little bit about the work that's been completed for the two toll projects recently. The Abernathy Bridge construction continues at pace. If you've been in that area lately, you've been able to see new support columns rising from the river. And so that's new and visible at this moment. These columns will require months of additional work, and river traffic is allowed during construction, as we're also providing river access for fishing. Temporary lane closures, on and off ramp restrictions, and other impacts to local traffic will remain throughout the spring and the summer. We have a very robust and active communication program for drivers and nearby residents, and encourage people, if they're not already signed up, to go to the website where you can sign up for text and or email construction updates. as we move forward. So that picture doesn't quite do it justice. Take a drive down that area when you're in town. Now moving on to the I-205 toll project. We did publish the draft environmental assessment for the project earlier this year. This document identifies the potential short and long-term effects of tolling and building the seismic, safety, and operational improvements on the transportation system, local communities, the economy, the natural environment, and also shares potential solutions to address negative effects. This environmental documentation engagement process is guided by the federal government per the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, and is used to determine whether the project could cause significant impacts on the environment. Mitigation projects are included to address impacts, and project benefits are also identified. Our 60-day comment period on the document closed on April 21st. We had a variety of outreach activities that were conducted during this time, including discussion groups in multiple languages, community tabling events, business canvassing, briefings, presentations, webinars, virtual and in-person comment opportunities. And we did receive about 2,600 comments. I don't have a report yet on those comments. The team is hard at work assessing them. ODOT will work with Federal Highway Administration to evaluate the comments alongside technical information, and then develop comments, responses to the comment themes as we move forward. And ODOT will also be working with the new process underway, newly formed subcommittee on transportation planning, as we think about our schedule for moving forward. So we anticipate that a next step will be sharing a revised environmental assessment, timing still to be determined as we work through the different processes underway. Next slide, please. For the Regional Mobility Pricing Project, we have launched NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, and we did that with a scoping comment period, so a more formal public comment period early on in the process. This was a 50-day comment period where we asked for community input on 3 key things: the purpose and need of the project, the proposed action, or basically the description of what we're trying to do, what issues should be studied during our environmental analysis, and also any other comments on planning, engagement, or technical materials that had been completed as part of the earlier planning process. We have compiled and published a comprehensive summary of community outreach and notification, who we reached, and also what we heard during that report or during that time frame. And that report is now published online. The team in response is currently updating the purpose and need statement and the project goals and objectives in response to comments received. We'll be able to share those updates moving forward. Comments will also be considered to inform the environmental study methods that are used to analyze the project benefits and impacts. And the environmental analysis work will be shared as it's available, and then will be ultimately compiled and published in an environmental assessment similar to what was done for the 205 toll project. That document will include proposed solutions or mitigations if needed to address impacts, and will also be followed by a public comment period. We're currently working on the expected schedule for that process, and I hope to be able to share more about that as we move forward. I'll now turn it back to Brendan unless there are questions on any of those.
Questions or
updates.
comments off of Mandy's comments? Okay,
Great.
Brendan, thank you, Mandy.
No, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. We're going to take a break. We're only 4 minutes behind. That's not bad. So we will break until 10:40. We'll make up the 5 minutes somewhere. Getting your mics back. Okay, we're back in business. All right, we're moving to agenda item F, toll update. Gentlemen.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good morning again. Deja vu.
You're back.
I'm back. For the record, Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. I'm joined by Agency Assistant Director, Mr. Travis Brower for Finance, Revenue, and Compliance. We're here to give you an update on the toll programs and some recent news and direction. Last week, ODOT received direction from the governor based on feedback from Portland regional partners and residents, the need to better understand the impacts and the trade-offs of tolling on I-5 and I-205 and understanding those before these tolls take effect. To that end, the governor has directed the Oregon Department of Transportation to delay toll collection until January 1st, 2026. Commissioners, this is approximately 1 year later than the schedule we've been sharing with you during our standing updates over the past 2 years. With this direction, the governor has signaled and recognized that tolling must remain a critical component of how our state moves forward with funding transportation infrastructure, but sees the value in taking the time necessary to ensure that we get it right. Accompanying this will be a greater level of legislative engagement in the toll program and the urban mobility strategy, with the establishment of a new special committee on transportation planning as a subcommittee to the Joint Committee on Transportation. This is very much welcomed by the agency. We expect to begin our work with this new committee as this legislative session starts to wind down next month, and this will continue into the interim. We see many good things about this delay, and you've heard some comments here and public testimony as well to address that. It will give us more time to engage communities and develop solutions specific to mitigation around the issues of the impacts of diversion. This will narrow time between when we stand up tolls on I-205 and when we start tolling on the interstate bridge and the remainder of the corridors in the regional mobility pricing project. The Abernathy Bridge construction project will be completed by the time tolling occurs. So travelers will have an earthquake-ready and modern bridge to drive over and won't have to pay tolls while enduring the impacts of construction. We'll have more time to develop and test the systems, the tolling systems, to make sure they work well. We'll hear more about that today. And more time to set up our customer service operation, get people signed up for accounts, and importantly, develop a low-income toll program. With that, I want to turn it over to Mr. Brower to talk more about the implications to our finance plan and how we're moving forward. Mr. Brower.
Thank you, Brendan. Chair Ben Brocklin, Vice Chair Brown, members of the commission. I'm Travis Brower, ODOT Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. The toll program is a partnership between the Urban Mobility Office, which is engaged in the project development efforts around the urban mobility strategy projects, as well as the Finance and Budget Division, which has the role of providing the project financing and is also going to stand up, implement, and operate the tolling systems that Mr. Finn recommended, including the commercial back office system and the customer service center. You may recall we presented to you on this back in January when you provided us the remaining funding necessary for this. So that is the role that I play in the tolling program overall and that my group in Finance and Budget Division undertakes. We are currently undertaking a review of the urban mobility strategy finance plan and the individual project finance plans for those specific projects within that grouping, particularly the I-205 project, the Rose Quarter project, and the I-5 Boone Bridge project, which really have intertwined finance plans in the sense that they rely on the same funding streams from HB 2017 and toll revenues, which are fungible funding sources that can be used across those multiple projects. As you can imagine, a delay in collecting tolls until early 2026 means we won't have the toll-backed financing in place as early as previously contemplated. That we're going to be using those dollars that come in from the initial toll financing to repay the costs that we have incurred on I-205. As a result of that delay in toll financing, as you can imagine, it'll be difficult for us to keep on current project schedules and do everything across the urban mobility strategy everywhere all at once. And so we are going to have to look at how that will impact the individual project schedules. We may have to pause or slow down some of the work on other projects. I should note that the interstate bridge replacement is really in a separate category, a separate funding stream, a separate finance plan. So we do not anticipate that there would be any impact on that project. The date of going live on tolling on the interstate bridge was a little bit later in 2026, sometime in the spring is our current plan to have that project under construction, begin pre-completion tolling. So there really is no impact on that project. We do have a finance plan that is due to the governor and to the new special committee on transportation on July 1. And we will be engaging the commission and coordinating with you on that, as that will lay out some of the options, some of the challenges, and give the commission a sense of what decisions will need to be made about the projects going forward. And then ultimately, those decisions will be in the commission's hands with obviously direction from the governor, as well as input and direction from the legislature. So I want to talk a little bit about the work that will continue, though. It's important to note that this is a delay in toll collection. It is not a delay in the process of developing the toll program. In fact, with this action and direction, it's important that in many ways we redouble our efforts to engage with Oregon communities and with our future customers and find solutions to the challenges that have been laid out to help resolve many of those concerns. We hear many times, we are asked a question, say, we don't have an answer to that right now. And that raises concerns and questions in the public mind. Many of the times it's because we have not yet had the opportunity to work with the public and need some additional time to do that engagement, to work through the issues, to do the analysis, to go back to the public for comment. And so this then will give us that time to do that work effectively and do this implementation of tolling well. So over the next couple of years, or really almost 3 years, we have a lot of work in front of us, and we'll be moving ahead on our work around tolling. So that includes development of the back office systems, the basically the invoicing and payment processing services that we're going to provide, as well as the customer service center, where people will be able to call or send an email or go online for a chat with a customer service representative. All that work needs to continue to get to implementing tolls in early 2026. We are going to be putting that out for an RFP for the private sector to come in and develop and implement those services sometime this spring or early summer. So you can see that work continue. We are also going to continue the work of designing and then procuring and eventually constructing the gantries on I-205 and other parts of the system that will hold what we call the lane systems, the on-road sensors and cameras that will read the toll tag in a vehicle or read the license plate in order to send customers a bill. In fact, we're going to work on procurement of those as soon as the NEPA process is complete, and then we'll see construction of that begin toward the end of 2024. So you'll actually see dirt turn at that point in order to give us sufficient time to get those gantries erected, put the systems on them, and integrate them into the larger toll system. We are also going to be continuing our work developing the administrative rules and the toll rate structure. You'll recall, we'll talk a little bit more in about 5 minutes about the statewide toll rule advisory committee. That work is going to continue. We've had great conversations with them. They've been very helpful in providing input on that process of developing the toll rules. And we think it's really important for that work to continue and to answer those questions sooner rather than later. We'll also continue to work with the Regional Toll Advisory Committee. So both of those advisory committees, as well as the EMAC that Commissioner Smith mentioned, will continue their work in the coming months. We're not going to step back from those, as we think there's really important questions that we need to answer. And we'll also be doing some government-to-government consultation with Native American tribes in Oregon and other parts of the region that will be impacted, which we'll also talk about in just a moment. And we'll continue our work on traffic and revenue analysis and studies, and with the project financing, both development of the finance plan and then working on the actual financing, whether that's bond sales or loans from the federal government. So all that work will continue. So in many ways, we're going to be moving ahead on the process and with the development of all of these aspects of tolling, with a little bit more time to engage the community, make sure we can do this right and well, and answer those questions that we are hearing from the public right now.
Questions, comments? Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question, and it may be too early to know all the details about how this new subcommittee for the legislature might work. I'm curious to understand who's going to be communicating with that committee from organization. Would that include one or more members of the commission? I'd like to understand what that process might look like. And if we don't know yet, you can certainly say that.
Well, Commissioner, I never like saying we don't know yet, but unfortunately, I
It's only a
do.
week old.
It was established last week. The membership has been established for that committee and the leadership for that committee. We have not received communication yet on when their first meeting will be, topics, but we look forward to that engagement. And I know we'll have Assistant Director Baker thoroughly involved in that as well. So, but we don't have any details for you right now, Commissioner, but we forthcoming.
I mean, I think this is a great opportunity for us to engage with the legislature. There, a lot of folks there are new. They don't know us. We don't know them. We have a lot of heavy lifting ahead of us, not just in the regional mobility pricing project, but other transportation needs. And it seems like a great opportunity to have some engagement, even at the commission level. I'd like to see that if that's feasible.
Commissioner Byer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Travis, that makes sense. I will say that I look forward to the finance plan because I'm fairly skeptical about, the alternatives that are there. And I do know that we've shifted a lot of money over to complete the Abernathy Bridge that was not originally intended, and that leaves some holes elsewhere that need to be covered. And I suspect we've got some debt that we're going to have to be paid back. So I look forward to seeing the plan in July and just have ongoing concerns about that. And
Yeah, Commissioner, and we will be engaging with the OTC. It will ensure that you see that finance plan, can engage, can provide feedback and input and comments and ask your questions before that is submitted. To your point, yes, we have shifted funding to I-205 to complete the Abernathy Bridge. And I think our first priority as we look toward the remaining funding that we have available will be to ensure that we can complete the Abernathy Bridge before we look to add any other elements of other projects, whether that's construction on the Rose Quarter or phase 2 of the I-205 project. At the very least, we need to ensure we can complete the Abernathy Bridge project and get the full benefits of that earthquake-ready structure.
I guess my concern goes beyond that to how it impacts the rest of the statewide projects.
So I have a question about what the scope of this inquiry is. Does it extend beyond just, I think the issues being raised include diversion and equity, which are fine and have been on the table all along. But I sometimes hear that it also involves, this relates directly to the finance plan, ultimately is intergovernmental revenue sharing. And I think that's a really important thing to understand in this, because this is potentially the precursor to the RNPP. And once a precedent is established, it will be part of what some people think ought to be involved in other aspects of tolling the region. And I'm not judging the question. I mean, I don't have a predisposed answer on it. What I'm trying to get at is what's the scope of the charge within the timelines, because a couple of these timelines are quite aggressive. And I just wonder about what you can accomplish given the time frame that you're in. And this goes through what questions are in front of you.
Yeah.
And is it clear what the questions are that are in front of you, in front of us, in front of ODOT? I'm just trying to make sure I understand the scope of work here.
Yeah, Chair Van Brockland, I have a copy of the committee from the presiding officer, or the letter from the presiding officers and the chairs of the Joint Committee on Transportation. It does list a number of specific expectations that the department will fulfill. This was a letter, of course, to the governor, and then the governor followed up with a letter to ODOT that I believe you've also seen. It talks about engaging impacted communities in a meaningful process to incorporate their feedback, providing an updated and detailed financial plan for the projects, articulating how the state's transportation goals assist in meeting the state's climate goals, establishing a clear and equitable program to offset the impact of tolling for low-income Oregonians, and then demonstrating community-specific mitigation strategies related to potential toll-related diversion. So I think to your question about the issue of how the revenue should be used, the issue that continues to pop up is how ODOT will engage and work to mitigate potential diversion from tolling, and how the funding from tolling will flow to those activities. So that is something I think is going to be front and center for us today. The letter does not make any specific mention of revenue sharing, as our work really is, under the NEPA process, primarily limited to looking at how do we mitigate the actual impacts on the transportation system that could be caused by tolling.
So that could be a grant to a local government as opposed to some other form of funding. I mean, I'm assuming these projects that are identified would either be built by ODOT itself or one of its contractors, or by local government or one of its contractors. So I think that will be really important to understand. I guess that's all I can say about it now, because I don't know. I don't know what else to say, because I don't have any information yet other than a charge. So here's what I will say. I think it will be really important to keep the commission advised on that.
Absolutely.
And the reason I say that is because we ourselves face significant finance challenges, not just to fund the projects, but in numerous other ways, O&M, et cetera. So the finance plan that we've been talking, another finance plan that we've been talking about has been, how do we set ourselves up legislatively to address that? As well as transition, which would include transitions off existing funding sources or partial transitions, or whatever it looks like as we shift to polling and RUC and whatever else. So I think there's a lot in that to sort out. Commissioner Smith.
You're done.
I am done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just a general comment in terms of, as you craft the funding plan, I have a pretty low risk tolerance to the rest of the system. That's just my perspective. Is we've done some fund shifting, and I'd be reluctant to do a whole lot more, because we need to look at the entire system throughout the state, and I don't want to jeopardize funding across the entire state of Oregon.
Commissioner, that's helpful to understand that parameter. To date, the commission has been relying, and ODOT has been relying almost exclusively on the funding that's provided by the legislature in HB 2017 and toll revenue to fund the urban mobility strategy. You have put a limited amount of money, specifically $157 million out of about $1.4 billion that comes from other sources. Most of that was money, $60 million that was put in 2021 to stand up tolling as we needed some seed money. There's some other local funds and some funds that were put in many, many years ago before the urban mobility strategy was even a thing. And so that will be one of the options that the commission will have to look at when we come back with the finance plan is with the impacts that might occur to the projects. Is there a desire to put any additional resources in from within the STIP or other funding sources? So I think you sort of pre-answered that question from your perspective. It's helpful to have that sideboard.
And just to follow up, I mean, I'm comfortable making sure that we fully fund standing up the program.
Mhm.
I mean, I think that's going to be critical, but rather than continue to spend money on projects in advance of tolling, less comfortable with that. And as we look to the future, we have a whole lot of constraints in our funding needs. We've got to finish our ADA program. We've got to have operations and maintenance. We need to make sure that we are fair across the state. So when I say low risk tolerance, that's what I'm referring to. I think we need to stand up tolling, and I'm willing to continue to fund that.
Commissioner Byer.
Well, I believe I'm correct. I mean, one of my concerns, a lot of it comes from, there was a whole list of projects in House Bill 2017. As the director reported, we've made a lot of progress on that, but there's still, if I'm correct, a handful that we don't have funding for. The money didn't go as far as the legislature thought that it would at that period of time. So I'm assuming that as we start shifting money around, those are some trade-offs that are in there that will create some issues and that's without even going to the STIP.
Chair Van Brocklin, Commissioner Byer, we do have a lengthy list of named projects from HB 2017. There was $480 million of bond authority provided, and the actual cost was a little higher than that. But to my knowledge, those projects are now largely fully funded. There may be a little bit of money we need for a couple, but for example, when we got the IIJA, the commission provided direction, go use some of those dollars to finish up the I-5 Aurora Donald interchange, where the commission or where the legislature gave us funding for phase 1. We now, with your action, have provided funding to complete the entirety of the project. The same was the case with the US 97 Bend North Corridor, where the legislature provided funding for phase 1. We got a $50 million infra grant that gave us some of that. We went to local governments, developers, the commission provided an additional increment. So we now have that project almost or now completely funded. There may be a couple of projects that they go to bid that may need a little bit more money, but we are very close to completing that HB 2017 program and having the funding all in place.
Well, that's important because, the legislature made commitments to the various communities about those. And I think before we can go back out and ask for more money, as we've talked about the need,
Yes.
we need to make sure that we lived up to our promises on those.
Agreed. Okay. Anything further?
That concludes our presentation, your update.
I mean,
on the
not
toll
as though
program.
that
You're going to be
was
hearing more about
enough, but
There is much more we can say, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, but
more to come. More to come.
that's plenty for today, though. Okay, thank you both very much. We'll move on then to agenda item G. I think Travis is staying
yes.
and Maureen and Garrett are joining.
Yes. So Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, for the record, Travis Brower, Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. I am joined at the table by Garrett Parr. I'll let him introduce himself in a moment. When we actually allocated the slides, Maureen Bach, who is the head of our Maureen is the head of our road user fee section and operates the toll program office. And we allocated the slides. We realized, she could probably sit back and enjoy the show and then come up and answer questions if there are any needed.
Maureen, is this okay with you? Yeah. All right. Okay.
She did not protest in any way when we came to that conclusion. So Maureen runs the toll program office and thus is really responsible for the efforts to implement and then to operate the toll system. So we're talking you through a an area that really spans from policy to operation based on that approval of the Oregon Highway Plan amendment. So I'm going to give you a brief introduction, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Pryor to introduce himself. We're going to focus today on the development of the toll rules and the rate structure, which also will be incorporated into the toll rules. Although collection of tolling has been delayed, as you heard in the last agenda item, we are still moving forward with continued engagement on developing the rules and the rate structure, including with our statewide toll rule advisory committee that Mr. Pryor will walk us through. And with engagement through consultation with tribal governments. As we go through this reset on the toll program, we're going to be leaning into public engagement. So we want to make sure we continue that work. And this extra year on the toll rulemaking process will really give us some extra time to work through this and get these fundamental questions answered, engage the public and incorporate their thoughts and concerns. So as these rules are ultimately really a commission decision, we want to make sure we're in front of you and keep you closely engaged throughout the process, bring you key issues as we work through them, and not just show up in a year and say, okay, here's the rules, please approve these. This is probably the biggest set of rules that the commission will approve in the time I've been at ODOT with the most public interest. And so it's going to be really important for us to be in front of you all the time. Today, we're going to work through a couple of points with you. We're going to share the early preliminary draft rules. Notice I said early preliminary and draft, and I could probably add a couple other qualifiers as they are still in a rough format. But we wanted to bring those to you just to give you a sense of what those look like. You can flag any issues you see, and we can work with you then to make sure any of those get addressed or answered. We're also going to discuss how toll rates will apply to tribal governments and their members. As we've worked through this, we've come across some issues, and we want to make sure that as we begin the consultation process in depth with our tribal governments, that we have any sideboards set by the commission. I would expect that we will be back in front of you for similar discussions, if not every meeting, then just about every meeting over the course of the next year or two. As again, this really is going to be an important policy setting process by the commission, and we're going to want you engaged in this every step of the way. So I will now turn it over to Garrett, and he'll walk you through some of the process, and then we'll hit that topic of the tribal engagement.
Excellent. Good morning, Chair Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Brown, members of the commission. My name is Garrett Pryor, he, him pronouns. I'm ODOT's toll policy manager. And I'll walk us through here our progressive steps in toll policy development. So it starts with state policy. So that's the Oregon Transportation Plan. You'll hear some more from my policy partner in crime, Amanda Peets, on the OTP update. And it really started also with your adoption of the Oregon Highway Plan toll amendment. That's that kind of higher level, but also some specific broad structure around all these key topics and decisions. We'll now go through the rulemaking process that we're beginning now. And that really sets kind of, if you're looking at policy on the other end of the spectrum of scale, that more specific rules around how those policies would be put into action. And I work closely with my boss here, Maureen, to help me on how does that looked at in the procedures and operations. Knowing in toll rulemaking, there's a balance between providing enough specificity, but not too much that hampers your future operations and customer service experience. And then as each one of these toll projects come towards the rate setting process, 205, RMPP, Interstate Bridge, those will they'll have to go through what's the steps of a rulemaking process, but they'll be very specific. They'll have similar elements around traffic and revenue analysis, and there's certain timing and how that financial analysis is done, and then the progression to set those individual rates. So you'll see that these are kind of the three kind of progressive steps that occur in policy making. These decisions will be brought to you all. Next slide. So that's at a high level. But let's look at it on a schedule. That's always good to see. So we're here starting in the top left corner, the Oregon Highway Plan toll amendment, and then coming forth here pretty soon is the Oregon Transportation Plan update. That'll provide that sound policy basis. The rulemaking committee, and that rules, it's a policy decision, but sort of again a small p policy decision, and the rulemaking committee itself really isn't delving into the policy part of it, but more the operations side. And so we're hoping to bring that to you, the kind of culmination of that in the public comment period in early 2024. And then with the new direction of not collecting until January of 2026, these, I just kind of put placeholders there, but that in the toll rate setting process will begin and kind of line us up for when that earliest collection could start. And so as you see here on the map are the 205 toll project and the regional mobility pricing project. That's also, we note in there, we see if you're thinking about how are we building the low income toll program in rulemaking and what we're doing now, that's going to talk more about how enrollment and verification would work and how it would operate. And then when you get to the specific toll rate setting, when we have that deeper financial analysis, that's where we're planning to commit to the actual benefit levels. So how much of a subsidy or a discount would it be at whatever, percentage of the poverty level would be determined? We want to line that up to occur with that. Next slide. So we've heard, we have a fun name, STRAC. The State Toll Rulemaking Advisory Committee. And I really think if you look at the 3 toll advisory committees now, this fills in a real kind of niche of the business and commercial users as to really complement that mosaic of people that are involved in these different advisory committees. We have members who have hundreds of thousands of vehicles and trucks and big commercial users like XPO and Penske, as far away from Pennsylvania. We have more regional and statewide voices like from Southwest Washington, and even from those that kind of first up community there in West Lynn and the Gladstone area. One of our members, a great selling point when we were looking at their website, a site for sport eyes, this local business owner in West Lynn had a dog with sports goggles on in a picture. And that's just a win every time when you run across that. So what they'll be doing here in the second bullet point that'll be a part of this rules is providing feedback on the approach of how do you enroll? How would you pay your bill? What's the process? How do we do equitable enforcement? Have barriers for that, but not do that in a way that would lead to financial indebtedness. And then what are those either exemptions and discounts that are prescribed by federal or state law or policy or other requests that we've had through the process. So working through that piece of it. And as you'll see here in a second, as you've heard from Mandy and Brendan and others in that continued public engagement, there's kind of a broad overall approach, but really some equity, intentional and focused work to support the work of this committee and eventually to you all for decision making. Next slide. So we'll start at the top line. We've kind of divided it into 2 buckets. And so the preliminary, early sketch, other adjectives we'll add to it, draft rules that you saw in your packet are part 1 that really cover the enrollment, payment processing, enforcement. And just to underscore Travis's point, we have very minimal existing toll rules on the books today. So a lot of what you're seeing, it really couldn't bring a red line version. It's really brand new, what we're bringing into the system. So we brought that to you all today, and we're kind of at a point with the committee where they'll also be reviewing that kind of what detailed or draft version. We'll take a pause in June, and then July to November will be an exciting second bucket of low-income toll program, the rate setting and the adjustment process, and different rates for different types of vehicles. So a lot of very engaging and important topics there. As you see that, we've been working, we have a community engagement liaison services. We've actually been investing and partnering them with multiple years on the toll projects, and we'll be working with the toll projects team to bring these similar topics to those groups. And then we're working on some specifically kind of specialty groups and outreach there. I'll say especially from our freight and other kind of commercial users who regularly deal with tolling around the nation. They've just been a wealth of knowledge to understand these little detailed pieces on specifically, I've learned a lot around disputing toll bills or incorrect errors, and that can be extremely costly to businesses of all sizes, especially small businesses, and going through that. And so finally, the last 2 lines are ODOT and you all. So as this process continues, draft and revise draft rules and create supportive materials, maybe even draft procedures or draft other kind of more operational pieces to provide that education. And then doing these check-ins with you all, like Travis said, and we'll talk about here in a minute with tribal governments, on some of those challenging topics where we need to know some sideboards or guidance, the temperature checks with you all. So that's me, I think.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Great. Well, thank you, Garrett. And I have to say, I've been really impressed by the work of the STRAC so far. I mean, we've got such a variety of voices, such diversity of membership, and they ask questions, they poke at us, they probe, and they've been really helpful in just helping us dive down, seeing the world from the customer standpoint rather than just the standpoint of the state agency. So been very helpful.
Commissioner Breyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curiosity question. How much similarity is there between setting up the tolling policies and the weight mile program they already have?
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Byer, we're going to be looking to the weight mile tax program as a guide in many ways about, collections and things. But it's going to be different in a way because the weight mile tax is more of a wholesale tax. You're collecting from, a large number of carriers, but not nearly the volume that you have. So luckily at ODOT, we have a lot of experience with revenue programs between DMV, the weight mile tax and truck registration, as well as, fuels tax. So we're gaining the lessons from all of those other revenue programs. But tolling is a different beast entirely. When you look at the number of people you are directly collecting from in many, many transactions. So you can imagine 2 million residents in the Portland metro region, actually larger than that, who could have dozens of toll transactions on a yearly basis. Even the DMV, which touches virtually every Oregonian over the course of their life, does so every couple of years for registration or every 8 years for licensing. Whereas many residents of the Portland metro region will be paying a toll, on a daily or weekly basis.
But there must be a lot of similarity on the weight mile for the very small carriers, certainly not the big ones, but the small ones. And you're still similarities. We're using the auto, I can't catch the word now. Transponders.
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Byer, that's one of the things we've actually heard that was really interesting from the trucking industry and maybe more the big carriers. Some of the carriers that we have on here, even though they're Portland based, operate across the country and pay literally millions of dollars a month in toll bills. And they actually have processing capabilities where they work through a third party. They have transponders in their trucks that can be read by any toll system in the country. We will be interoperable with that. They pay a single toll bill that they can then allocate out within the agents or within the organization. So they've been very clear in wanting to work with us to make sure that those easy pass systems, the fast pass, are interoperable with our system from day one, so that they don't have to oh, crud, I got the Oregon toll bill again this week, as opposed to just putting it on with the Oklahoma Turnpike, Pennsylvania Turnpike, Washington, all of those other toll agencies, single bill.
Makes sense.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Garrett, it's great to see you again. I miss you on the EMAC committees and great to see you here. And I'm very happy because you have a great grounding in the kind of the philosophies from EMAC. And I'm expecting and anticipating that you're going to bring that to this effort. And along those lines, I want to echo the sentiment that we really need to look at it from the perspective of the customer. And whatever we can do to make the customer experience as painless as possible. I mean, obviously, nobody likes to pay tolls, but we need to make sure that how we roll it out is transparent, easy to use. I think it's important from the big trucking and, that's kind of a huge segment of what we're trying to do. But for the ordinary person to be able to engage and, for example, get a transponder and they don't have to have a minimum of, $30 on it because they maybe can't afford $30. Those details, which I'm sure you're looking at, or that's the kind of thing that I'm going to be interested in making sure that we do.
Excellent comments.
Further comments? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I might just offer one thing. And that is, so what you see on the screen here is really the work focused around the OARs and the STRAC committee, but much to the points made by Commissioner Smith. There's still the EMAC work that is going on in parallel with this. There's the Regional Toll Advisory Committee work that's going along in parallel with this. And each of those has its own subset of customers as well. And so those activities moving in parallel while not represented here are all part of this overall process as well.
Yep, and there are touch points across the committees as well. The STRAC actually has members from both NEC and the RTAC to make sure that we're having those tendrils connecting and mixing.
Chair.
Yes. Commissioner Byer.
You reminded me, looking ahead, hopefully not too many years, but as we look to use of transponders in that, keep in mind the fact that we at some point may be doing the road users fee and it may parallel with this.
Yeah, Chair Van Brocklen, Commissioner Byer, one of the things that is excellent about the way we're implementing this is that Marine runs both the RUC program and the toll program. And so integration between RUC and tolling will be key. We would envision that you might be able to pay a single bill, not have a RUC bill separately from a toll bill. You might just be able to integrate that and have our RUC, our current account managers be essentially toll service providers as well. So to make it easier on the customer. And yes, eventually might very well enter a brave new world where we don't even have the toll tags. We've on advice of the STRAC, we're not calling them transponders. Transponders imply some big, device you put in your car. Literally, this is a little about 2-inch by 1-inch sticker you put in your window that the toll gantries can read and ding your account. So it is very seamless for customers. Any of you who've used, say, the Washington State toll system without an account, know even that's really seamless. But once you have a registered account with a toll sticker, it'll be almost invisible to a lot of folks. People will be able to do auto pay, auto replenish, be able to go online to get your statement if you need to. But in a lot of ways, it will just be an automatic effort.
Mr. Chair.
Did you have?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to
Commissioner
comment.
Smith.
We need to make sure that people that don't have the capacity to be online and sophisticated can call somebody and get some help.
Yeah.
That'd be all of us.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I think as I'm sitting here, I'm looking at Mr. McCabe and his question to us going back to tolling. We're moving it forward with tolling. And I think that that's the piece that people need to understand. It's moving forward. And I think that this conversation, as I'm sitting here and I'm trying not to get political or to say the wrong thing, but we haven't done a really good job explaining our finance to the public, how we're financed, how all of these projects have pieces that rely on this piece. We have these mega projects that need to be done. We need this piece or they can't be done. And it's not just this piece, it's just in general, there isn't enough money for transportation. And as a commissioner sitting here, I'm just, it gives me a level of anxiety because the people of Oregon are depending on us to deliver a system. And we're trying, but I'm glad that this is moving so well. And it just shows that there is public input at different levels. And the piece that's hard is to convey it to the public. Like this was put before EMAC. This was put before RUC. Here we have, is it STRAC? Sorry, there's too many acronyms, but we have all these committees, but people aren't plugged into them necessarily to where they think their voice is being heard. And I'm not sure how we do that.
Chairman Brockman, Vice Chair Brown, it is a big challenge, and beyond even these committees, there will be public comment periods, as you can see on the chart there, and other opportunities. We're going to try to engage specific communities. So it will not be for lack of trying to engage the public that we will not hear those voices. To Commissioner Smith, to your point, yes, we will have a customer service center that people can call in. We will even have an in-person customer service center where people can walk in. And we're looking to leverage the new technology of customer service kiosks. The DMV is going to be deploying fairly broadly in communities. We've heard DMVs in other states have deployed them a lot in, say, ethnic markets or other places, and they allow people to use cash to pay for DMV services. We will be adding eventually, if all goes well, we'll be adding toll payments to that. So you'll be able to walk in, scan your toll bill and put your $5 in and pay that bill. So we're going to try to meet our customers where they are and provide a high level of customer service because people will expect that.
And the only thing I'd just add on is, there's a lot of fear with change. And one thing that helps to dispel that is to get more tangible or information on how it's going to look, feel, how could I sign up for this? And so we've just seen, even through these conversations at our last STRAC meeting, we've had concerns now for a long time around data privacy and what's going to be done or not done. And we brought forward kind of what's existing in state law and what are our plans for this. And I thought we had a really excellent conversation. I think we were able to dispel a lot of the myths and provided more of that grounding. So I think that just goes to the importance of continuing to move forward and get these details out there, get it into dialogue and move them towards decisions to help that.
That's an excellent transition point. If you could go to the next slide, you have in your packet the preliminary draft, early rules.
So those are set in stone, right?
These
Sandstone, yeah.
Yeah, sandstone or yes. So these are riveting reading, I am sure, as you found. I may have fallen asleep once while reading an early draft of these, but they're really important. And so we did not plan to do a deep dive on this. What we want to do today is just bring them forward to you, let you flag any issues. And if we need to come back and do a deep dive on all of this or any portion, we have immense amounts of materials that we can share, including process flows and diagrams that we've worked through with the STRAC. So more than anything, wanted to share these pieces around definitions, accounts, payment enforcement, customer data privacy, see if there are any issues. The second portion of this the second set of rules will probably be the ones that get a little bit more interesting when you get into the areas of rate structure and who pays what and who gets the exemptions. So I'll stop there. Note that these have been through the STRAC for preliminary discussion, gotten good feedback, made a lot of changes from our initial draft, but they're no means complete. So wanted to get them to you early in the process rather than waiting till next February and just handing you something that appears more of a fait accompli.
So there are two questions on the slide. Please feel free to comment on either one of them or both. Comments?
I haven't gone to, is there a website that the public can go and look at these drafts?
Yes.
Yes, Chair Van Brockland, Vice Chair Brown, I believe that all the materials for the STRAC are posted on the STRAC website and there is engagement there. We have not yet launched the official public comment process where there will be a broader opportunity. But yes, we even have public comment opportunities at the STRAC meeting so that people can see those materials and provide more in the moment feedback. So yes.
Not seeing any further questions or comments on your questions yet, but I'm sure there will be.
This is the first opportunity, by no means the last. Great. Then why don't we move along, go to the next slide, and I will start talking to you through the issue of Indian tribal governments and tolls, a key policy issue that we need to work through, and really the first substantive issue that we're going to bring for your discussion so you can provide us any feedback and set sideboards. Is really how tolls should apply to tribal governments and their members. The Oregon Highway Plan policy amendment that you approved, I think it was in January, requires ODOT to undertake government-to-government consultation with tribal governments on tolling, and this is a standard process for us for any major effort that the agency undertakes. As you know, tribes, federally recognized tribes, are sovereign nation, and they have resided in the region since time immemorial. They have deep connections to the lands that are accessed from state highways, many of which are their ancestral lands, which they in some cases ceded through treaties, in other cases did not cede and were essentially taken from them. I bring you a picture here of Willamette Falls. I thought that was particularly important to note. This is a key gathering location for tribal members from many different tribal communities where they catch lamprey, which is a first food of tribal communities. This site is a stone's throw from I-205. By stone's throw, I mean, it's a stone's throw if you're a Ken Griffey Jr. For anyone else, it's a little further from the freeway, but it is still accessed very close to the site of our first toll project. And so we have been engaged in conversations and consultation with tribal communities over the last year, and they've raised issues about how tolling will interact with their treaty rights and tribal sovereignty. There are a couple of tribes, in fact, the Yakima and Nez Perce, that have treaty language that specifically exempts them from paying for accessing public roads, including tolls. Other tribal governments that we have engaged have requested that ODOT consider providing exemptions from paying tolls for tribal government and their members and their vehicles in recognition of their role or status as sovereign nations, and also their desire to maintain unimpeded access without paying tolls to their ancestral lands, as well as cultural hunting, fishing, and gathering sites. So that is a consistent theme that we have heard from multiple tribes. We're now beginning a more robust consultation process. I believe Mr. Strickler will be out in Siletz next Friday, meeting with the tribal council. We're going to be traveling over to the Umatilla to meet with the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation as well to have that conversation. So there is broad interest from multiple tribes who span the region, as there may be toll projects across the state over time. More specifically, the Portland metro region was a gathering place for tribes from all over the Northwest. And so many of them have cultural connections there. So as we begin this process of government to government consultation, we wanted to bring this to you. Next slide, please. What we're recommending is we're going to undertake government to government consultation with Oregon's 9 federally recognized tribes and other potentially impacted tribes in other states. Based on treaty rights, tribal sovereignty, and the requests from tribal governments, we are considering providing an exemption from tolls for federally recognized tribal governments in the Northwest and their enrolled members. Given that this is a decision that ultimately is in the OTC's hands, however, we wanted to have this conversation publicly with you and allow you to provide us any feedback and sideboards so that as we undertake that government to government consultation, we'll know where the commission is and don't make any promises that would contravene direction from the OTC. We will be asking them both, tribal governments, both about the question of whether there should be exemptions, and then also the question, how would we operationalize that? As you probably know, tribal governments are the sole determinant of their membership roles. And so if we're going to offer an exemption or discount to tribal members, we would need a role for the tribe to confirm the membership so that we're providing the benefit to those who are truly eligible. So the only other thing I should note is we believe we can undertake this without significant impacts to revenue and traffic, given the relatively limited number of enrolled tribal members in the Portland metro region and in the region. It's about 1% of the metro region's population identifies as Native American or Alaskan Indian, and even a smaller percentage of those are actually enrolled members of Northwest tribes. So there's a lot of work to do on this front, particularly with if we do move forward, executing intergovernmental agreements that specify the process for enrollment and getting people into the program with exemptions and discounts, but wanted to start first with a conversation with you. So with that, next slide, please. I'll just note, we want your thoughts on what approach we should take on this issue of discounts or exemptions for federally recognized tribes.
Thoughts? Commissioner Fire.
Well, it does seem, based on your slide, that the federal government has already set the pattern with the Yakima and Nez Perce. Would be both of those tribes have membership in Oregon, particularly the Nez Perce. So it's sort of, it'd be hard to treat one tribal government different than another. it would make some sense to have that consultation and see if there's something that maybe a partial toll or something else, but it's, I think the feds have made it more difficult.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner
Thank you.
Smith.
I agree with that. I also, I guess you haven't really had a lot of dialogue yet, so I want to hear what the tribes have to say, before I solidify any direction. And it seems to me some of the issues that bear evaluating are for, looking just at enrolled members, is there a privacy concern for those folks to share that information? Is there some desire or rationale that we shouldn't just limit it to enrolled members? I know that there's a lot of cultural issues around who's enrolled and who's not enrolled, and I'd like to explore that with the tribes, just to make sure that we aren't being insensitive to that concern. But generally, I think we need to recognize their sovereign status and pursue our tolling accordingly.
Chairman Brocklin, commissioners, just to address a couple of those questions or comments, Commissioner Byer, we have come to that same recognition that it would be very difficult to treat different tribes differently. It may be easier to have a single policy that applies geographically to all the federally recognized tribes. I will also note to Commissioner Smith's question, we have consulted to date, obviously with the Department of Justice in Oregon, the Federal Highway Administration, which has consulted with their legal counsel, and with recently with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And we have not found any alternative essentially to the recognition of tribal sovereignty and their role in setting their membership roles. In fact, when we talked to the BIA, we specifically put that question: is there any other alternative other than using membership roles? And it was a fairly unambiguous statement: no. The tribal governments are ultimately the arbiters of their membership. And so I think we have to be sensitive to their role as sovereign nations in that sense. And that's what we're looking at this point.
I was just thinking, are there any parallel programs existing today that we could learn from? So that would be one comment. The other is what was said earlier by Commissioner Smith and others. This is a really critical listening point. We need to listen carefully to what their experience has been, what their view is on their for lack of a better word, entitlement, and how we can best work with them to make sure they're getting the kind of treatment that they expect and are getting in other ways, so that we're not inconsistent with their experience, I guess. And if their experience is not great, that we're better than their experience that they're getting. This would be a bad place for this to get hung up. We have as a principal provision in our plan, our SAP equity. This is a place where we want to lead. So we want to be in the upper tier, in my view. This is going to be a big change for especially metro area, but it's going to be a big change for everyone, because people in other parts of the state will travel through, businesses will send vehicles through, and they'll interface with it. So the experience will be broad, and so you don't want any community to start talking about how it doesn't work, they're not being treated properly. So this is an area we should err on the side of being more generous rather than err on the side of being less.
Chair Van
or
Brockman,
not generous.
you raise an excellent point when you say, are there any parallel programs? One other organization we have consulted with is WSDOT, which has really started to get into this question of tribal, how tolls apply to tribes. Now a little over a decade into their process of tolling, it's come more front and center. They are in the process of I believe coming to an agreement with the Yakima on how to exempt them from tolls. They do have another toll project, for example, that goes through the Puyallup Reservation. And so the Puyallup tribal members and governments will be working through an agreement with WSDOT about that, how tolls will apply on that project. So in that sense, we're going to learn from what Washington does. They currently do have a program that uses enrollment in tribes to provide an exemption, I think, for the Yakima. So we'll be continuing to consult with them on a regular basis as we figure out both what is the potential benefit, and then if a benefit is offered, how do we operationalize that effectively?
Other comments, questions? Okay. Thank
Great,
you.
we appreciate your input.
Maureen, thank you very much for all the work you're doing that we didn't necessarily hear about here, but we know you're doing. Okay, let's move to our last item before lunch. The OTP. And I think this presentation is specifically focused on, we have a draft out for public comment. This may not be the only thing you want to talk about, but the one thing is, what are we hearing from the public about the draft, in addition to what we heard from Angus during public comment?
Chair Van Brocklen, as always, you're spot on the purpose of this presentation. So for the record, Amanda Peets, Administrator for the Policy Data and Analysis Division within the Oregon Department of Transportation. And here today to share exactly that, an update on what we're hearing from the public in response to our draft Oregon Transportation Plan. That's been out since March. The public comment period formally closes tomorrow. So we're still collecting those comments, but I have a number of themes that I'll share here with you today. Before I get into the Oregon Transportation Plan, I want to, of course, acknowledge the leadership of Chair Van Brocklen. In my nearly 16 years at the department, I've had the opportunity to work with the commission throughout that time period. Really appreciate your leadership on this commission, and in particular on the Oregon Transportation Plan, chairing the Policy Coordinating Committee and really help lending your vision to what we have before us today. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely. So just quick reminder, Oregon Transportation Plan is our statewide policy document for transportation, looks out 25 years into the future, is adopted by this commission, and a responsibility to implement, to help direct the work of the Oregon Department of Transportation, but it's bigger than ODOT, it's all of Oregon. We have a number of goals that have been identified in that plan, including things like equity, safety, sustainability, climate action, economic and community vitality, and mobility, and stewardship of public resources. The vision statement in particular, and why I want to draw attention to this based on Mr. Duncan's comments this morning and in writing, we do in the vision statement narrow in on 3 goals in particular, and that includes safety, equity, and climate. So those are some of the ones that we've kind of elevated up in terms of attention. During this public review period, we have received around 145 individual comments from commenters. Those, of course, we look at and we break down every single kind of statement and thought that is put into those comment letters. Staff is working on inventorying every single one of those, providing a staff response to what do we plan to address in the plan as a result of that, or not address, and why, because we're trying to be transparent and accountable back to the public on that. So real briefly, I'll just highlight some of the comments that we're hearing and then talk about the process leading to adoption, which will come before you in July. So we received a number of comments around a policy we have to reduce vehicle miles traveled per capita for passenger vehicles. That's been received positively in many ways, kind of noting that that's a very progressive policy, and statements around this being one of the most progressive plans in the nation. On the flip side of that, we also have many stakeholders also interested in more accountability and precision around that. So we say things like reduce fatalities and serious injuries or reduce vehicle miles traveled per capita. There's some interest in putting more precise numbers, figures around that, and that accountability piece. From a funding source perspective, I think that's coming loud and clear through the transportation plan is we do not have sufficient and reliable transportation funding today. We are way grossly underfunded, and that's going to have some pretty tremendous impacts on the transportation system and most importantly on the traveling public, on the economy and more. So that's a theme that's really being realized as part of this transportation plan. It's been picked up in media coverage on the plan itself. And is something that in many ways is good to highlight because we have many trade-offs ahead of us. But the positive news is there are ways that we can still achieve some of our outcomes within that funding rubric that we do have today. On the other side of things, we have a number of comments that we've received more on specific projects that the department has undertaken. This is a higher level policy document, but kind of asking the question of how the policy applies when we have some ongoing and some of the larger projects that you heard about here today. We did receive, and on your agenda, you just talked about tolling. We have received a number of comments on tolling, obviously a hot topic for our partners out there and for the community at large. The Oregon Transportation Plan works at a pretty high level on kind of pricing mechanisms. In general, it talks about really diversifying our funding portfolio, moving to indexing our transportation fees, continuing the gas tax for now, looking at transition to a vehicle miles traveled fee, kind of like an Origo program, but also does mention tolling. So in that mention of tolling, there's been some comments on should that really be a funding mechanism, and some critique and criticism kind of on that front. Likewise, on the transition to a vehicle miles traveled fee, we're hearing particularly from some of our rural partners on concerns on how that would play out over time. So that's kind of the themes we're hearing on the funding side. For tolling specifically, and I think Mr. Pryor mentioned earlier, most of those policies were solidified in the Oregon Highway Plan amendments, which you adopted a few months ago. On multimodal and active transportation, a lot of, I think, praise in general for having a number of multimodal policies in the plan, the kind of lean in that space in particular, also prioritizing investments to address critical gaps around public transportation, to jobs and some of those kind of things and the need for that. A lot of themes on just interest in investing as much as we can in active transportation and filling some of those transportation gaps. And then some questions around some of our funding scenarios that's at the back of the plan that talks about how different, if we get more money, where we would allocate those resources, and some questions around why some of those levels change. For public transportation in particular, comments around enforcement and safety, as well as kind of creating an integrated system between different transportation providers. Passenger rail has come up as a topic with interest in service, in particular between Portland and Salem, as well as some of the urban connections to the coast. And then in recent days, more comments from some environmental groups and people that have interest in addressing and mitigating light pollution along our roadways, and vegetation management and wildlife corridor planning, and then protection of certain species as well. So that's just a broad overview of some of the comments that we're hearing, some of which are more applicable to projects than they are the policy or the plan, and we'll acknowledge that as such. But certainly any comment we receive, we send that to the appropriate person in the agency if it's not directed as closely to the policy, to make sure that we're valuing every input that we receive. As I mentioned, staff is working on kind of a matrix to address every single comment and statement that's been made. We also have another accountability step where we're meeting again with our policy coordinating committee. That's the advisory group to the plan, and really vetting with them. Here's the themes that we heard. Here's the staff proposed approach to how we address those issues. Do you have any comments and feedback? And that really is ensuring that we're getting those folks with lived experiences, our partners, those impacted by the decisions, to help us have a transparent and good process to land a nice plan. And we'll be bringing that back before the commission in July for adoption. So with that, and trying to get you all to lunch, happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Amanda? Okay. Oh, Vice Chair Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the feedback loop, one of the things that we're being criticized a lot lately, it seems to be that we don't respond or people don't see how we respond in transparency. So that piece of it, I'm just trying to figure out how you said you're doing a matrix where you're responding and you're shooting off the different subjects to the different experts within ODOT, and how do we close the loop going backwards? So when we come back around, how do we show that we did respond?
Yeah, so Chairman Brockland, Vice Chair Brown, a couple different ways that we're being responsive. So one piece is addressing, did we or did we not make a change in the plan? What specific area of the plan did we change if we did make a change? And then why didn't we make a change if we didn't address it? So that's trying to be accountable in the moment in time, specific to the transportation plan. For comments that may be broader than some of the policy work, as I mentioned, we're forwarding that on to the appropriate folks in the organization to follow up. And I think that's a great point, that we need to make sure we're accountable downstream to those as we get to some of those decisions and show that transparency longer term than just the action we're taking in July. So duly noted, and something we'll look at making sure we solidify.
Just a follow-up question.
Yeah.
So
Commissioner Smith.
we're putting it in a matrix. I'm not sure how all the comments are coming in, probably email primarily. Are we then closing the loop and sending our response back to the people who submitted?
Yeah, so
Is that feasible to do?
so with 145 comments, and then if you break that down to each
Can we
individual
send them
statement.
the matrix?
Yeah, what we do is for anyone that does have their email listed, so there's an ability to submit comments online. There's also an ability to provide comments via email. For anyone that has listed their email, then we send notice out and send a link to the comment matrix. It is broken down. Each comment letter is numbered, so you can cross-reference and go in and see what your individual comment, how that was taken.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Strickler.
Yeah, I might just add, so to this conversation and line of questioning, I'm hearing that pretty frequently also. And what response looks like is always key. I can tell you that we don't have it solved yet, but I'm hearing you that this is also not an answer that we can provide today because we have work to do. That said, what we hear pretty frequently is we're unheard, or we feel unheard, or we don't understand what decision you are making after we provide our feedback. And that's across the board, whether that's letters that might come to the commission, for example, for consideration here, or whether it's things that are in direct response to the plan. We'll be having near-term conversations about how best to address that, because the fundamental truth is there's a lot of things that are influencing change and outcome that probably don't find their way back to your point. And then there's other things that if we can't do it for a certain reason, a response is warranted. And so that's more global across the agency that we're going to start working on, but I just didn't want that to be left untouched. It's work that we need to do.
Mr. Byer.
Sure. Is there any possibility of doing an auto reply at least when one comes in? Could have something, I'm thinking what you're saying there, that you could add a link with a date, like you'll be able to see the response on X date at this link.
Yeah, so Commissioner Byer, that's something that we can work on doing. So we do, similar to the Transportation Commission, when comments are received, acknowledge the receipt of the comment itself. We will be following up when we post everything. We haven't created the link yet, but I appreciate the idea of doing that more proactively ahead of time, and also publishing kind of the date and time to set that expectation. I think that meets customers' needs a little bit better than what we've been doing.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I understand the challenge, and we definitely want to tell people that we hear them and we're listening to them. And however we can do that better is good, continuous improvement. I also will acknowledge that sometimes when people say, you're not listening to me, what they're really saying is, you aren't doing what I want you to do. And I realize that there's a distinction there. and it's kind of hard sometimes to parse that out. Because I want to be able to say we are listening. It doesn't mean we're going to do what it is you want us to do.
There's listening and there's implementing.
Yeah, right.
And we're not going to implement every comment. It's not possible, in part because they conflict.
I think sharing.
But that's a really good point about, I mean, the feedback is, we need to respect the comment. But we also need to make clear that it is advisory. It's not binding. And I know you understand that point well, and you're good at distinguishing between, thank you for your comment, will be considered, and we do consider comments. We do, we talk about them. But the problem continually is people understanding we're trying to balance comments into a coherent plan. The luxury of being a single commenter is you don't have to balance. You just express your point of view, which is valuable, really valuable. But it's not an outcome necessarily. Sometimes, but not, often it's balanced.
Yeah, Chairman Brockman, I think that point, especially as we do transportation planning, the role of planners is to find balance. We have a complicated, diverse transportation system and diverse users of that transportation system, and trying to meet a multitude of needs means that we have to balance and we have to find that right spot. So we do appreciate all the public comments we've received. We appreciate the engagement from all the committees and the hundreds of folks that have already informed this plan, because it helps us to know where we strike that right balance there. So thank you. And Chairman Brockman, if I may be so bold as the chair of the policy coordinating committee and helping to lead the Oregon Transportation Plan, if you have any closing statements that you would like to make about the plan itself.
Well, I think what you've just said is true. I actually think it's an exciting plan from the standpoint of its focus. And I thought we had a really good committee, and I thought the consultant did a good job. I particularly think you did a good job. And you were often leading. And so I want to congratulate you on that. We don't do this very often, so it's not like I'll do the same thing I did last month. The current plan was adopted in 2006. It's 2023. Gail Ackerman, my former partner, who unfortunately isn't even with us anymore, and for whom this room is named, who is chair of the commission, did an exceptionally good job, I think, on the 06 plan. I think this plan is equally good. What a lot of this comes down to is how fast can you implement it and move the needle, which is Angus's point. And hopefully we're doing that. And once we adopt this, that we actually move things. And if we need to amend it, this is one thing I will say, which was why I thought the SAP was so important, because we're reviewing that every 3 years. So it forces us to meet timelines, get things done, and then move to the next 3 or 4 years and work on it and get things done. If you have a 20-year plan, the tendency to forget about it. I think we need to be looking at the OTP because it's a very dynamic environment we're in. And the assumptions we make in 2023 may make no sense in 2030. You shouldn't wait till 2040 to say, gee, in 2030 it changed. We should have fixed this, because then you're wasting 10 years of time, right? And we're fighting adequacy of resources, direction, and time. Travis had mentioned to us how quickly the construction cost index is going up, into Commissioner Smith's earlier point. Time is money. And these projects don't go down in cost. They just don't ever go down. So it's how much they're going up. And the citizenry doesn't want to pay more. So we need to make decisions. And they're long-term, development of these big mega projects takes years and years. You've got to go through the environmental process. So best case, you're out many years. That's enough inflation. If you add delay and all of that, then you're out much further. And then the numbers get huge. So I think you did a great job on the OTP, and I think it's a good piece of work. Commissioner Byer.
Thank you. Say too much. I think there's a recognition. I was thinking of Angus's comments this morning and his frustration on BNT and things like that. And you can do all the best planning in the world and plan for changes, but at least so far, we can't make people change their habits if they don't want to.
Yep.
No.
This is all around.
Don't have any sticks, just carrots.
I would just say one other thing. I probably shouldn't say this, but I will. I think I said this to someone this morning. When I worked in the Congress, I was having dinner one night. I just had an opportunity to have dinner one night with Senator Hatfield one-on-one. And during the dinner, I asked him, what's the single thing about the status of American government that concerns you the most? And he said back, single interest politics. Because if you don't have to consider anything about your issue, some of that input is hard because it's so singular in nature, and our job can't be singular. I don't think. I don't think we can just push all the chips in on X. I don't think that's responsible to the state, and we are looking at the whole state. I think one of the great things about this commission, and I've talked to friends of mine who served on other state commissions. One thing that I tell them that they say, oh, we used to do that, we're not doing it anymore, is we go around the state. And we have our meetings around the state. Now, we haven't as much recently because of COVID, but I really hope we never abandon that, because there's something about being in Bandon or Gonday or Pendleton or Nissa that connects you back to all the places you don't live. And it's really, the geography is important, just like the diversity in populations is important. It gives you perspectives you don't know because it's not your own personal experience, that you get out there and you learn. So I think that is enormously valuable to the commission to get out there and see the whole thing. And once you see the whole thing, you realize your obligation to it. And you can't just be a one-note person. Are we done?
Are
The
you
time
done?
to eat.
Let's have lunch.
Let's have
Thank you.
lunch. Okay, we will be back at 1. Thank you, Amanda. The sound on. Okay, the sound is on. All right, we are going to, is this a good volume now? Am I hearable?
Wait till they tell you you're recording.
They said I wasn't speaking loud enough this morning. We can fix that. So, all right, we're going to reconvene and invite Karen Criswell to join us. And we also have Mr. Lewicki here as well. Welcome.
Thank you.
The Sunset Empire Transportation District Interim Executive Director. So welcome to you both.
Well, good
And I will turn it over to Karen.
afternoon, Chair,
Thank you.
Vice Chair and Commissioners. I was all ready to go. The question before you on this agenda item is whether to approve 41 statewide transportation improvement fund plans for formula funds. We're bringing to you the royal we. We're bringing to you a recommendation for approval of 40 of those plans consistent with PTAC's Public Transportation Advisory Committee's recommendation of approval. And then we are also bringing an amendment to one of their recommendations based on new information that we learned subsequent to their review and recommendation. So to start with a little background, the STIF formula program was initially established in House Bill 2017, as some of you no doubt know very well. And then it was amended in 2020 through Senate Bill 1601, which required the consolidation of the Special Transportation Fund with STIF. Its intent is to improve, expand, and maintain public transportation service for current and future transit users. Earlier this year in January, we received 41 STIF plans from 42 qualified entities. The Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Reservation notified us that they would defer their plan until next biennium. The maximum distribution that's called for in those plans that were submitted is 308 million. That number is a pretty high number in part because it reflects the consolidation with the Special Transportation Fund. And also we guided transit agencies to submit plans that were 20% higher than the forecast STIF revenues. In part because we cannot disperse funds that we receive over their maximum amount because they have to have an approved STIF plan for that amount. And we have a few entities this biennium who we are holding their funds for until we get their next STIF plan approved. Staff assessed each plan for completeness and consistency with statute and regulations and to identify potential conditions that might warrant the commission rejecting the STIF plans. This STIF plan completeness review checklist has 52 separate items that our staff looks at in order to determine whether a plan is complete. They submit that report then to a subcommittee of Public Transportation Advisory Committee members who are specific to the review of the STIF plans. And then that recommendation came forward through PTAC and then is brought here for you today. I want to pivot then to talking a little bit about Sunset Empire Transportation District. We first became aware of their dire financial situation on April 20th, when staff was contacted by the chair of the board with information that the director was recommending that service be terminated the next day. At that time, we became very concerned about what was happening at Sunset Empire. Our staff went on site, we collected financial records, adopted budgets, reports to the board, and so forth. And then based on our preliminary analysis of the data that was available, we became very concerned that perhaps Sunset Empire was not expending state and federal funds consistent with the terms of our agreements with them. We found discrepancies between bank statements and their reports to the board, between bank statements and their reports to us, including their most recent quarterly report to us, where it appeared that everything was fine financially. These concerns were communicated to their board of directors at their April 29 meeting. At that same meeting later in the day, the board did vote at that time to suspend service effective 2 days later. Given the importance of public transportation to the Clatsop County community and surrounding areas, ODOT staff worked with the chair of the board of directors, neighboring transit providers, the Special Districts Association of Oregon, members of Oregon Transit Association, and others to find a path forward to resumption of service. ODOT offered and the Sunset Empire Board approved an emergency bridge loan in the amount of $505,000 on May 3rd. Part of that approval was conditioned on Sunset Empire bringing back some staff and the resumption of basic core service, which is the paratransit service, which they did this past Monday. This loan is also intended to help them to start to identify where things went wrong. What is the source of the financial issues? And to also start to help them to plot a path forward based on their current financial situation. How will they be able to continue the service and then start to build it back? We are concurrently working with ODOT audits, Secretary of State audits, to hire a consultant, a CPA, to conduct a forensics audit that would be focused on both finances as well as a fraud investigation. So given what we were hearing, what we knew, what remains unknown, staff put together an amendment to Sunset Empire's STIF plan proposal. That recommendation is that a partial conditional approval of their STIF plan, including approval of projects 2 and 6, which are focused on maintenance of existing service and their local match for their federal 5311 formula funds. Part of the conditions of approval that we are recommending to the commission is that you direct Sunset Empire to revise and resubmit their 23-25 STIF plan, considering their current financial situation. The remainder of the projects beyond the 2 that we've identified were focused on expansion. Clearly, that is not something that is within their grasp in this coming biennium. We're also recommending that you limit the disbursement of their STIF formula funds to just the first quarter, which would be the funds that would be released in July. That would be at a release of somewhere around between $600,000 and $650,000 in funds, and that condition future releases on them returning to the commission, returning through the submittal process, a revised STIF plan that we feel is achievable and that is consistent with our current financials. We also have additional conditions that are listed in the attachment to this agenda item, and they are pretty similar to the conditions that we put in the loan that we recently approved. Those conditions include really enhanced financial reporting, requirements related to providing us all the materials needed to do the forensics audit, and then complying with any of the recommendations coming out of that audit. I think those are, as well as a revised service plan. So there's a short-term service plan requirement that's part of the loan. And then there would be a longer-term service plan that shows those incremental improvements to bring the service levels back up from the current level that they have. I think one of the things that's important to outline is that at the time of their STIF plan submittal and the STIF plan review, we did not have any information that would cause us to think that the commission should reject their STIF plan. It's really only been in, frankly, the recent weeks that we've come to gain some of this information. Our goal is never to recommend that somebody be denied. Our goal really is to provide the technical assistance, the compliance oversight to understand when there are issues arising so that we can support and help the transit agencies to be successful. Our number one overarching goal is the citizens in the communities that the local transit agencies are serving. And with that, that ends my remarks today, Chair.
Questions for Karen? Commissioner Smith?
I always have questions. Thank you for your presentation. I guess just want to make sure that the timing of the audits in connection with the dispersal of the next quarter, will we have that information before we are asked to disperse additional funds? And then what mechanisms are in place for the staffing so that there's adequate staffing oversight at the transit agency?
The answer to your chair, Commissioner Smith, the answer to your question is at this time, we don't know. We have been working with Secretary of State audits, ODOT audits on procuring a CPA to do that work. It is their busy season for audits. We have a draft statement of work. We have outreach to a CPA who's on a DAS price agreement. So it would be a negotiated process. We clearly want to get it completed as quickly as possible. But in terms of order of magnitude, estimate of hours that it would take to do such an audit, what I've heard from ODOT audits and Secretary of State is it's around 400 hours. Now, that's not one person working 400 hours straight, but it could take some time. And I think we would continue to monitor with the extra financial reporting requirements we have. We have requirements around having a separate accounts and separate funds and requiring evidence of those. So we would continue to do that enhanced oversight. And then I think we would also take that into consideration when we bring the next recommendation to you. I don't think it's fair to say that it would just be an open the floodgates. There could continue to be additional requirements.
Commissioner Byer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a bit distressing to hear this, but it sounds like you got it under control or working to have it under control. I'm going to take the opportunity just to comment in general on this. The legislature in 2017 made a major funding commitment to the transit system with the eventual goal of building a good, solid, interconnected system statewide. And one of the pledges that was made to the people who supported that was that the larger agencies, and Commissioner Brown knows this, we've talked about it often, and committed to help the smaller agencies finalize and get their act together, for lack of a more appropriate term. But also, one of the things that concerns me is we put the trust on the OTC that they would monitor these and would make sure that the agencies, particularly the larger ones, through these plans would expand their service, both in terms of reach to areas unserved and to providing ways for low-income people to utilize that service. That was the whole intent behind that. So I would like to hear more, not now, but I'd like to get a little better report on that and make sure that we are fulfilling that need. I'm very hopeful as we talk about a new revenue source that we can talk about increasing that amount to transit. And I would hate to have some blemishes on the record that get in the way of doing that.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So early on, I know I was contacted by Karen when this happened, when she was aware of it. She let me know right away, being one of the larger agencies that made this commitment to the legislature, and that we would make sure that we would do our due diligence. So I was very concerned, and I think that one of the things that came out of this was a reminder to all the large agencies that we needed to be part of the process to help. And so the Oregon Transit Association met, and all of the general managers from the large agencies actually committed resources to be able to help them if they needed. All they need to do is reach out to us and that we would help them. We don't want to get in the way of any kind of auditing or anything that is going on, or tell them how to do their business. But I know that, and I'd like to hear from Paul, what they're doing to set this up. But some of the thoughts when the governor reached out and said, we need to get service back on the road was, what can you do? Get something out there. And so I think that he's going to share with us what they are doing, what their plan is. But I think that this goes a little deeper. It made me pause and start thinking about all the properties across the state. What are we doing? Making sure we're doing our due diligence. And so I know that it was a good heads up for Public Transit Division, because now they are diving a little bit deeper and asking those questions. So this is important. If we are going to go out for a transportation bill in the future, this is a piece of the transportation system that we need to make sure that we're investing in. And so we have responsibility here. So thank you for giving us that update. And it is disappointing. I understand. I won't repeat what I said when I found out. But it's very, oh, you want me to say it, Bob?
Maybe
No, you
later,
don't.
maybe
No,
later.
no. Hot mic. No, we're not
Yeah,
gonna talk about
not
that.
when the red light is on.
Not when the red light is on. But no, I mean, to be serious, I mean, we have to bring a little humor in this because it's been difficult. I do want to say one thing to you is that the people in that community were devastated because they couldn't get to work. They couldn't get to their appointments, but there's also staff who lost their jobs and they haven't been brought back. And so we've also impacted a community, a workforce community that is not getting answers necessarily. And so I want to encourage the board and to really reach out to them and make sure that they're whole. We got to remember and to reach out to the public that is being impacted. And I hope that there's enough staff to answer those calls, to answer the problem. So it will help you figure out what kind of service you do want us to bring forward. And rebuilding is going to be difficult, but I think you can do it. I think you've committed to that. I know in the meetings that I've had with you, where your board chairs spoke, they really want to get the service back out. So I think that whatever we can do, as long as the commitments are made and that we stick to the agreement, I think we'll be fine.
Paul, do you have any comment in response to these questions that you'd like to share with us?
I would. By way of background, I would like,
Maybe you could move the mic a little closer. They're little,
I usually
require you to be
project
right next to them.
I spent 24 years with Metro in Los Angeles. When I retired in 2009 and moved to this area, I spent 5 years on the board for Sunset Empire. I was involved with a couple of executive director hirings there. When I left the board, the district lost its operations manager, and I was asked by the then director to be an interim operations manager for them. And 5 years later, I retired again. That was in 22. I have been there for the district on a couple of other projects that I helped them with. And when this unfortunate event occurred, I offered to help, and the board installed me as the interim executive director. I feel strongly about the word interim because I need to retire soon. So I know the board is putting together an effort to search for a permanent replacement. The entire staff of the district was surprised by this news. And that may be surprising to you. Us all working together every day for these years and not knowing that there was a situation. But frankly and fairly, there was a management style in place that did not include the staff members in some of the more important decisions and more important transactions that were occurring. When the executive director resigned, and we received these funds from the state, and I was given this new responsibility, temporary responsibility, I got the staff together there and we talked about what was expected in the terms of the loan that we received and what we would need to do in order to begin to restore the service to the ridership there in Clatsop County. We did start service on the 8th, last Monday, paratransit service. We started with 2 paratransit buses out. We delivered 12 rides on Monday. On Tuesday, we delivered 16 rides, and yesterday it was 24 rides. And I know that's sustainable because we were doing about 1,000 rides a month prior to the pandemic. So the demand is there, and we're keeping an eye on that. And as part of our short term, we're considering adding a 3rd paratransit vehicle. Next Monday, which I believe is the 15th, we will begin fixed route service on Highway 101 from Astoria to Cannon Beach. Our 101 route used to run from Astoria to Seaside, but we're going to expand the south end of it to include Cannon Beach. That's where a lot of our riders are employed. Riders that live in the Warrenton area and Seaside need to get to Cannon Beach each day. So we'll be running 4 loops a day on that route, and the first loop will go to Cannon Beach and the 4th loop will go to Cannon Beach, and that will give them a way to work and a way back. And the timing of those 2 loops has been designed to give support at the times that they need to get to work. We've also expanded the east end of that, which used to only go as far east as the Astoria Transit Center. We will be going out east to Emerald Heights, which is a fairly large concentration of low income. And we will be coming by Tongue Point Job Center and through our Alderbrook neighborhood out there, which used to be serviced by our Route 10, which of course is not running now. So we will run that service Monday through Friday, 4 loops, 6 o'clock in the morning to about 7:30 at night. That requires 2 drivers, which we're bringing back Monday. We probably should step back. We brought back 2 drivers to do paratransit as well. We'll be also running the weekend Pacific Connector route, which will go from Astoria to Cannon Beach, very similar to the schedule that it was running in normal times. And that is 5 loops on Sunday, and they all go from the transit center to Cannon Beach and back. Beyond that, I don't know. We have brought back staff that previously was salaried, and we have changed them from salaried non-exempt to hourly non-exempt, and they're working reduced hours to help control the costs. With the 2 routes that we're running, we will be bringing back 4 fixed route drivers. We'll be bringing back 1 supervisor. And the supervisor is required not only to keep an eye on the fixed routes, but we also brought back 1 mechanic, because we've got to keep the buses running if we're going to do this service. And it's not well advised for us to have a mechanic working in a shop by himself. So we do need somebody who can keep an eye on that as well. We brought back our HR manager, operations manager, finance manager. And we've developed a rudimentary tool in-house to track our financial condition weekly, so that the bottom line of this tool shows either red or black, and we know every week exactly where we are. And to be very honest with you at this point, with the funds that we've received, that line is black until about the 15th of June. I have to share with you an unfortunate part of this story, another unfortunate part of this story, because it's very important. We were in arrears on several very important accounts payable. And I'm almost embarrassed to relate them, but it has to be known that we were 2 payroll periods behind on federal tax payments. on benefits payments for the employees' medical and dental. Oregon Department of Revenue payment, STIS. We had not paid the employees' contributions to their retirement funds for 2 payroll periods. And the bottom line to all of that is that we spent about $161,000 of the 500,000 just paying those bills, which otherwise would have resulted in our insurance being canceled. And I don't know what the feds would have done after not receiving our tax payments for a while. So of the 500,000 we have, the remainder after 161 left to operate with, and that's what will get us through the middle of next month. I want to say that we have a dedicated staff. We had a great troop of riders. We had worked hard, especially since the pandemic, to recruit drivers. Everybody knows how hard it was to come by any employee, let alone drivers. Prior to the pandemic, we were showing very healthy increases in ridership, while the rest of transit nationally was showing some declines. We had 4 buses running on our 101. We had 30-minute headway on our 101 route. Now we've got 3-hour headway and 1 bus. So we're devastated, but we know that the potential is there. I know that the team has the potential to do this rebuild that we're looking for. And I certainly would be glad to answer any other questions, because that's about all that I have for you today.
I don't really have a question, but I will. I did want to thank you for stepping in on an interim basis. And yeah, we're all obviously concerned about this. So as are you.
Yes.
I don't have any questions though. Any questions?
I guess the only question I have is in the consent calendar, we approved the STIF funding, but that sounds like there's some parameters around their funding. Do we need to pull that out?
Karen?
So on the consent calendar, it was the 5311F intercity funding, and what was baked into that recommendation. I made some edits to that as well, that added a few conditions and clarified that while the commission was approving us to enter into that agreement, that we would not be entering into the agreement until we had some clarity around what the district's plan was and the viability of that plan. We could also potentially be looking at amendments for a reduced scope of work in terms of that funding. So that's how that was framed up, to make sure that we were covered in that space as well.
Okay.
And I would anticipate, again, with any discretionary grant for the foreseeable future, would probably have enhanced reporting requirements as well, similar to what we already are recommending with their STIF plan and what is in their loan agreement.
So no additional action from the commission is needed?
Not unless you think. So I think you're covered.
Okay. But I just, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, the only thing I was going to suggest is that, not today, but maybe in the next couple of sessions, if the commission wants to hear about this, I just wonder whether we ought to have a little bit of discussion, or whether you ought to have a little bit of discussion with those you need to talk to see whether there isn't some additional way we could have some kind of early warning system on this kind of thing, or some ability to identify. And maybe this case, there was none, but what you don't want to do is have multiple situations like this, because it's I know, Karen, from talking to you, it's been very time consumptive for the department, and you're putting in yourself personally, along with those you're working with here, a lot of time. Which is the right thing to do. I just wonder whether we could develop a mechanism that would help us with this. Again, not for today. I think this is a thought piece. Go away, confer with some people and see whether there is such a thing. So that we have some way to avoid having the situation that we now have in Clatsop.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
These are exactly some of the immediate questions we've been asking ourselves in our work with audits, looking at our own procedures, looking at the structures and functions that we have in place, and looking at, when you're standing up a program from scratch, from nothing, that's one thing. And then you are consolidating programs. That's another thing. And then you're finally getting to the consolidation just becomes effective July 1st. So some of the structures and functions and oversight that may have served us well to this point in time, that is exactly the question we're asking. What do we have in place? We know we need to come back and bring before the commission the considerations for STIF plan rejection. We know there are things that are supposed to help us identify, what are the yellow flags where we could dig deeper, because we have that ability to dig deeper. And so I think there's a lot of those questions we'll continue to ask ourselves and evaluations. I know we're already have some things in motion, such as making updates to the agreed upon procedures, which is what the accountants use when they're doing their audits of the STIF funds. So there's a number of things that we frankly already have in motion to try to better catch some of these things. Having conversations with ODOT audits with Ms. Hardinger, it's also for me helpful to understand the limits of what an audit can and cannot do. And it is not a panacea, but I think ODOT audits is also considering what are we doing and how are we doing this body of work? So more work ahead, and I welcome the opportunity to come back and have that conversation with the commission.
Commissioner Smith.
I'm good for now.
Okay. Good. Okay, thank you both very much. Thank you for coming to our meeting and talking to us about this.
What a pleasure. Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
And good luck with that interim thing.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to move on to item J.
Vote.
Travis?
Chair.
Yes.
There's still a vote that's needed on the STIF plan for formula funds.
Okay.
So what was on consent was the discretionary
Okay.
programs,
Sorry.
and what is on regular agenda is the STIF plan for formula funds.
Calendar. Under item number. Where's my consent?
8. You'd say 8.
Contact names.
So what motion do you need?
We're happy to vote
The motion
twice.
that I need is a move for approval of the 40 STIF plans as recommended by PTAC and the 41st plan with the amendment and conditions as recommended by staff.
So moved.
I'm just looking at old
Second.
agenda. That's the problem.
Okay. Been moved and seconded.
8, right?
Can you vote on this?
No, I cannot. I
Okay. Do you want to
recuse myself.
declare your?
Yes,
conflict
I
of
will.
interest?
I have a conflict of interest. I will recuse myself from voting.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded that we approve the amendment before us. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. Thank you
Thank you.
very much. Okay. So now Travis is back. And Daniel. Welcome. Okay. Revenue forecast.
Yes. Chair Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. And we are here today to give you an update on the latest revenue forecast and its implications for ODOT's budget. Earlier today, Vice Chair Brown said the only thing she has left is her optimism. Hopefully she leaves here with at least some of that intact, so that she at least has something left.
You're testing her. I can see it.
So I will turn it to Mr. Porter and let him deliver the bad news, and then I'll come back. And,
Oh, wow, that was not fair.
That's a strategy, though.
Thank
We
you, Mr.
appreciate the
Prower. I
strategy.
appreciate that. So for the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT's chief economist, and a lot of finance and budget type stuff. And I'm here to give you a quick update on the revenue forecast. And I won't go through a lot of details, but I'll stick to the main story here, which is about fuels tax. So as you know, we all been aware that over the last couple decades, we've been talking about this like future decline and lack of reliability in fuels tax. That's due to first it was hybrid vehicles, and then we had CAFE standards that were increased, and that sort of, and all of that's been true sort of marginally in the sense of like you could basically us economists can measure the effect, but you don't necessarily really see it in the data. So it's been largely kind of an academic kind of question until the Environmental Quality Commission in December adopted California's Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule. And when they put that into effect, that puts us on a trajectory that by 2035, all basically light vehicles available for sale need to be electric vehicles, which means at that point, you basically have zero internal combustion engine vehicles that are available for sale. So all new vehicles wouldn't be paying fuels tax, they'd be using electricity. So that for that adoption of that rule then becomes current law for us, and we put that into our revenue forecast, and that has a dramatic now impact on the forecast, and especially in the future, longer run in the future. So this first slide is really kind of just to give you a sense of like our stock of light vehicles and what we were expecting with the adoption of this new rule. And you can see that the gray area is internal combustion engines, and so as almost 100% back, in 2009, and then slowly hybrids have been increasing, and now we're seeing electric vehicles, which are the yellow battery electrics, starting to have a little bit of a share, right? But as we get closer to 2035, and these percentages that are required of new vehicle sales to ramp up, that electric vehicle share of the overall fleet ramps up. So even though it takes a while for new vehicles, they're only about 5-ish% of total vehicles churn over each year are brand new vehicles. So it's going to take a while for all that to kind of flush through the system. And that's kind of what this chart's showing you, is that even by like 2050, you're still have a little bit of ICE vehicles left. But the fact that we start seeing these battery electrics have this big percentage over time, maybe by 2035, we're up to 20%. That's 20% of vehicles aren't paying fuels tax. So the reliability of fuels tax as a funding source is really in jeopardy as we move into the outer years of our forecast. So if you go to the next slide, so what does that mean? Then fuels tax by itself, this is just comparing our last forecast to this forecast. Last forecast, October forecast, that's the green line, which basically had revenues increasing through 25 when we had the last round of the House of 2017 2-cent increase, and then sort of flatten out. And then the outer years, you have a little bit of a drop, but mostly stable. But then our newest forecast, the red line, it shows again, you have an increase to 25, and with the 2-cent increase coming in 2024, but then it just starts to fall off. And that sort of accelerates the further you out go, kind of following that chart above as you become a greater and greater share of electric vehicles in the fleet. So
the previous slide, can we go back there?
Yeah.
So this is based, how do you calculate this?
So this is a forecast that's done based on we know what our stock is of our fleet today. So anyways, we know exactly what percentages are what. And then based on electrification, and I was talking about electric vehicles specifically, based on Advanced Clean Cars 1, which we adopted, which sets targets for the sales of electric vehicles and how well we've met those targets to date, we've just basically assumed that we would continue to meet those same until we have better information, right? Assume we would continue to meet kind of whatever that difference is. So we don't quite get there. There's a little bit of a gap, but we're getting But it basically says we're gonna keep getting,
Just maintaining current pace is basically,
well, we're gonna
I
adopt.
know you're gonna keep checking it.
Yeah, we're gonna adopt the new rules as they come into effect. And so what we're at, like, I don't know, 5% or something like that today has to be battery electric vehicles. As that percentage increases over time, our stock forecast takes that into account, when then that means like the new vehicles that are sold then match to those percentages, and then that flows into the overall stock. And so it's just kind of a fairly complicated exercise.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, keep going. Oh, Commissioner Byer.
Yeah, I hear you. You're kind of doing a linear regression based on where we've been. I think you're being, I don't know if the term would be optimistic on how much gas revenue you're going to get, or pessimistic in your forecast of how quickly we will adopt electric vehicles. If you look at where the manufacturers are, it gets to the question of, is there going to be a gas vehicle that someone wants to buy around 2030? I appreciate your conservatism on this, but I think you're probably going to be wrong.
I guarantee, Commissioner, I will be wrong. It's just a matter of how wrong and which direction.
Yeah, I tend to agree with no big surprise with Commissioner Byer. It just, the cost of purchase and the range anxiety are two issues that the industry is hyper focused on from everything I can pick up. So we're not going to be talking about, the cars are going to be less expensive. There are going to be more choices. There will still be expensive EVs, but there'll be less expensive. There already are less expensive EVs, and there'll be more availability at various price points. So that's one thing. And I think the other thing is that we're going to have, you already see it, just a lot of, this is why the private sector aspect of this is so important to follow. It's a little unusual in a regulatory model, which is largely what government uses, is I think the marketing, the amount of marketing that's going on EVs already. I mean, you can't go through a day without hearing about it. I just think it's, and we in particular we're going to be a leading state. We are a leading state. We're going to continue to be a leading state. The West Coast is going to be the hottest market on EVs in the country, largely because they have to pay attention to California. And California is going to drive the entire nation on this because there's so many people there and they want to clean up the air. Commissioner Smith, 2-minute rebuttal.
No, I'm just curious. I tend to agree with those sentiments, and it's you have to work with the data that you have, and I assume you're going to be updating it as soon, as things progress. And it's a pretty proprietary industry, the auto industry, but have you had any discussions with the automakers to see what their forecasts are? Is that folded into this in any way?
Not in this, Chairman Rockland, Commissioner Smith, not in the sense of using it for the revenue forecasts per se.
Just the number of vehicles.
But we do look at their forecasts when we think about especially when we're talking about road usage charge model and their overall sense of where the industry is going. There is the problem with sort of the industry, especially when you're talking about OEMs themselves, is that they're going to have their forecasts are going to be biased to their own desires, right? Yeah. And so we're trying to get something that's unbiased and makes everybody unhappy in a sense, right?
That's what we're good at.
Yeah. So if I could jump in, just one more comment, and then I think the vice chair has a question, and after my little follow-up, if you want to respond further. Anyway, get your thoughts out there. My bias on this is there's much more risk in being underprepared than overprepared. And I know we don't control all that because we're not going to actually build all these charging stations. But we do have money in to try and not just the incentivization that DEQ is doing, but our own funds to try to be in places where we need a little something to tip it forward. And that's what the 100+ million is about. It's not about going out and building, you know, all these charging stations because Tesla's building them and, you know, et cetera, right? All the car companies are going to be out there, or other companies that are just in the charging business are going to be out there big time. So my point is, what we can't have in my opinion, in Oregon, maybe this is a parting shot. What we can't have in Oregon is to be behind on the charging curve. We have to be ready for the market. And it's what you're talking to us about is very difficult to predict. And I'm not questioning anything you're saying, really. All I'm saying is that I'd rather be over-prepared than under-prepared on this, because if we're not, and it's not just we, it's the car companies and the charging manufacturers. So it's a collection, and the utilities to hook it up to the grid and all of those pieces. But if people are buying these and we can't get them charged, it takes too long to charge them, or they can't find charging stations, we're going to miss a really important moment, not just on beating the market where it's going, but climate. This may be our biggest opportunity on climate. When Angus Duncan says we're not doing anything, this is happening, and this is going to change that line. There's no way it won't change it. I mean, if you go to the next slide or the prior slide, that tells you. Now, we may be off on the year, which is concerning because I'd rather be ahead of it than behind it. I don't know where this leads us, but if that curve is steeper, then I want to be ready in 2035 for what we're now projecting is 2041 or 2043. So we have time, but we don't have, we don't have a lot of time. And if the curve gets really steep, I just don't want to be behind, because if people invest and then they are turned off to it because they can't get a charge, or it won't go far enough, and some of which we have some control over, some of which we don't have any control over. And I worry that we have some kind of a backslide on it. And Oregon needs to be a leader on this, which means we need to be, no pun intended, ahead of the curve. Julie.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be gentle. Make that face, Travis. No. The question I have, I know that we're oversubscribed in the incentive program. So presently they've kind of halted allowing tax incentives for the electrification. And I wonder how much that has driven people to move in that direction to buy an electric vehicle. You may know that, you may not know that. But if that incentive piece is gone, what happens to the curve at that point? Will people still do this? Although if the manufacturers are saying we're not going to offer anything but electric vehicles, it kind of, drives people to, they don't have any choices. This is where it is. So I guess my question is, when we see this, we're looking at this and we see where the forecast is and what's happening in real time, kind of, how much of that has played into it? Because the state of Oregon is going to have to consider that if they're going to continue having an incentive program, they're going to have to pay for it.
Yeah, they're going to have to fund it.
Yeah, Chairman Brockman and Vice Chair Brown, I've seen studies that can show you that the state incentive matters, and some of them where it doesn't necessarily matter. The federal one it's bigger, right? It's a 7,500. So that matters. That's a bigger incentive. It tends to matters more, but again, it's what you're buying too. If you're buying a $100,000 Tesla, you probably don't care. But if you're buying something that's more $30,000, yeah, it both matter, right? And so as you as that share of electric increases and there's more pressure on the EV rebate program, I mean, if they're already they can't pay for all the rebates that are being requested, that's gonna, how are they going to survive? I guess to be able to offer rebates going forward, when it's just all it is we're going to see more sales of the electric vehicles.
So we want to let you get on with your presentation, but Commissioner Byer has one more question or comment.
Just one more parting shot. There's a reason there's 8 new mega battery plants being built in the United States. And there's a reason Tesla's dropped the price by over $10,000 a car.
Yeah, Chair Ben Brockman, members of the commission. So to the questions earlier about the forecast, one of the things that's interesting is we saw just this week a national consulting group did an analysis of all the states that have adopted a similar zero emission vehicle policy. And when Daniel compared it to our revenue forecast, they actually came out exactly the same through 2031. So it tells you, our forecast, independent analysis by national consulting firms showing basically the same trend line. Now, of course, we'll be updating that as we go to make sure that we've got the right numbers on vehicle adoption. But we think it's probably somewhere in the ballpark, and yet wrong.
As they always are.
Well, as Yogi Berra said, predictions are very difficult, especially when they're in about the future. That is inherently difficult to predict the future.
Well, I think just as regular as possible updates.
Yeah,
it is one outcome of this conversation, because it's gonna do something in this direction. How intense, how quickly, we'll find out. I think Oregon's second or third in the country, though, in terms of adoption. So I would say we're going to be, if the national trend is A, we're going to be A+. So we'll let you do the rest of your presentation now that we.
Thank you. I only have one more slide.
Oh, great.
My part's simple. So the good news, I guess, it's not all bad. If you go back one more slide. Perfect. It's not all bad news. So the blue line is the total state highway fund sort of gross revenue forecast. And so while you saw a decline in the fuels tax piece of it, right, it's being offset by predominantly in the outer years, the DMV registration surcharges that are put on electric vehicles. So, and when legislature passed House Bill 2017, there was electric vehicles, specifically battery electric vehicles, right, have a surcharge associated with them unless they enroll in the Origo program. And so that is helping sustain the highway fund, at least initially, and again, not fully, but what you can see is that the blue line, you have this growth through 25, where you've got the last round of tax increases, and then it's basically flat from that point on. So we can kind of hold the line in nominal dollars, but then the orange line is we apply inflation to that. And this is one of Travis's favorite things to talk about is inflation. So, but you can see we got, again, we're basically holding inflation constant through 25. And then after that, when nominal or, just year of expenditure dollars are flat, inflation adjusted revenue declines. So this is the problem that we're looking at in terms of the budgetary impact. And that's what I'm going to turn over to Assistant Director Brower to talk about.
Mr. Chair, quick question.
Commissioner Smith.
What's the inflation rate assumed?
It's about, I average about 3%. Which is, of course, a little.
The
low
last
at the
number I heard
moment,
was 4.9, which was yesterday.
In the outer years, inflation at some point, hopefully, will come down.
Yeah. Well, it's down to 4.9 in the calendar year 2023, according to yesterday's estimate. So that's moving the right direction. It's not to 3, though. But we could get there.
Sir. All right. So, and I will note on inflation that we are subject to the construction cost increases, which we'll cover a little bit later, but are substantially higher than consumer price index levels of inflation. So next slide, please. let's talk now what this means for the budget. So I'll give you the standard tale of two budgets slide, which I am legally required to include in at least one presentation in front of the commission every month. So you'll recall that we have essentially two pots of money within the agency, the transportation projects and programs, where we've had fairly robust funding, although we'll talk about that on the next item, maybe not as robust in the future. I am really trying to get at your optimism, Vice Chair Brown. So let's talk about what this means for the maintenance and operations budget of the agency, where we have some pretty significant challenges. Next slide, please. I'm going to recap much of what we covered back in January, but with just a little bit of the update from where things stand now with the updated revenue forecast and some of the legislative conversation. So you'll recall we've been talking with you about this for 3 years now. We've been working very hard proactively within the agency and with the commission to do what we can to address the budgetary gap. So we have already voluntarily cut O&M funding in our agency's budget that is now in front of the legislature by about $90 million in the next biennium. And we found ways to cover more of our O&M costs from dedicated sources, including federal funds and HB 2017 dollars. I always include the picture of the incident response vehicle because that's one of the functions that we're federalizing. So using federal funds to cover what was previously funded out of our state O&M dollars. All these things have narrowed the gap and pushed out shortfalls, but have not fundamentally solved the problem because it is a massive long-term structural imbalance that is beyond the scope of ODOT and the commission to really solve without significant impacts. Next slide, please. So we have updated the State Highway Fund revenue and expenditure chart that we share with you regularly. We did the updated this to include both the new revenue forecast, which showed us going in the wrong direction, and our updated debt service forecast, which actually showed a little bit of an improvement. So in many ways, those kind of offset each other, but we still see a significant gap, $260 million in 2029. And you can see our revenue line essentially falling after 2025, while the expenditure line continues to grow over time due to inflation. Next slide, please. So what that means is that we project that sometime in the coming biennium, we will run out of cash in the 2023-2025 biennium, and then further continue down that long slide. By 2029, we could be $680 million in the hole. Of course, we cannot run a deficit of that size or any size for that matter. And so we will need to take action. We showed you here what the impact would be of taking a further 10% reduction. The 5% reduction that we've already factored into our budget is already in that dark blue line. So with an additional 10% reduction, which would total to about 15% of our O&M costs, we could stay in the black above the zero line through about 2027. But that would be a very significant reduction to our budget. And as you can see, it still doesn't solve the problem. We really cannot cut our way out of this funding challenge. So next slide, please. We've talked to you about the proactive efforts we're continuing to do. We continue working to shift operations and maintenance costs to dedicated state and federal resources where we can. We came to you last year and you gave us some additional authority to use federal redistribution funding to cover O&M costs. We have put together at an agency level a plan for potential reduction in our O&M budget, both in the next biennium, 23-25, and in 25-27, that it would be on top of the 5% that we have already reduced. We are working on further modifications to the local government fund exchange. I am happy to report that we believe we have an option that would allow us to preserve fund exchange by shifting the color of money from our O&M dollars to HB 2017 dollars, which could then be backfilled by the federal dollars that local governments forego. That bill is in front of the Joint Committee on Transportation, I believe has a work session scheduled for tonight. So if we're able to get that through in coordination with AOC and LOC, then we might have a way to preserve that program and reduce the amount of O&M dollars going out the door, which would then help bend that curve upward a little bit. And we've been, continuing to explore new revenue sources and additional revenue. We've had a number of good conversations with the legislature this session, whether it's about a DMV fee bill or continued realization among legislators that the gas taxi is failing and we need to move toward a road usage charge. So we'll see what comes out the other end of this session. Next slide, please. The future service levels that we will see if we do not get any adjustments from the legislature, could be quite dire. As we've talked about before, we have fewer maintenance workers to plow snow, respond to incidents, and maintain roads. So you'd see that especially in major snow events or storms, but you'd see it on a day-to-day basis too, as over time we have less funding to go stripe the fog lines along the side of the highway, less money for some of our paving projects that our maintenance crews do. So you'd begin to see that deterioration. We'd have fewer people in DMV field offices, so it'd have reduced levels of DMV customer service, even compared to today when we all know that we have some challenges in DMV offices. And we would also see impacts in the Commerce Compliance Division as they work to serve the trucking industry's needs. We would also have reduced agency capabilities across multiple parts of the agency, whether that's in our ability to go to procurement and to contracting on projects with vendors and contractors, or whether that's our IT systems, which are already aging and may become that much more difficult to maintain and replace with limited agency resources. So let's turn to the last slide, the hopeful portion of this. We have had, as I noted, good conversations with the legislature. We've talked about options for raising additional revenue for operations and maintenance, including ideas like indexing taxes and fees for inflation. I should note that the majority of Americans live in a state where the gas tax rises with either the price of gas or with inflation. So more and more states have moved toward an inflation-adjusted gas tax, which has then provided more sustainable revenue. We've also talked about implementing road usage charge for new efficient vehicles. Tonight, the Joint Committee on Transportation has a public hearing and potential work session on HB 2397, the bill that the Road User Fee Task Force, under the leadership of Vice Chair Brown, brought forward. And so that bill will be up for discussion, at least. Whether or not it gets across the finish line this session is another question entirely. We've talked about increasing the amount of HB 2017 funds going to maintenance and increasing DMV fees to cover the cost of service, which was a conversation we had at the Joint Committee on Tuesday night, that we walked through a variety of fee increases to cover increased costs that would help address the shortfall for DMV, at least in the coming biennium, and provide a bridge to a future conversation about setting those fees at an appropriate level. So all of these are good opportunities. You can add the fund exchange bill to that, of ways that this legislative session has an opportunity to take action to address some of the changes around the margin. We hope that those will then provide a bridge into 2025, when we have already heard from many legislators that they look forward to a larger conversation about a funding package that could make investments in the transportation system and in ODOT's budget to ensure that we can remain fiscally solvent and continue to serve Oregonians.
Thank you. So do we have any questions?
Just comment. I like that. I hope in the DMV fee discussion that doesn't fall back into the 50-30-20 discussion, that it's targeted at filling in the gap. We need to move on that fee thing. I think over time, legislation needs to move that so that DMVs are taken off the top before there's any other distribution. It just makes sense to do that. And just a general comment, your charts, the whole thing sort of reinforces my concerns about what we were talking about earlier today.
Commissioner Byer, to the point about DMV, well, DMV is taken off the top, the costs are deducted. Right now, under state statute, the DMV is allowed to retain less of their total fees than it costs to run the division. Which is an interesting place to be. Much of what DMV collects is transferred to other sources, either outside the agency or to projects on the transportation system. So they actually run a deficit that then has to have funds transferred back from other sources in the state highway fund to cover DMV costs. So we're trying to get out of that conundrum.
So I guess my comment is I will pay anything to not have to go to the DMV. So you already have my vote there. But in seriousness, I think that this really sheds light on what we are facing. And the more we say this, I think that people will start paying attention a little bit to our situation. Because when you look at this, if you go back one slide, can you go back one slide for me? When you start to, I can guarantee you, when you don't plow snow, when you don't fix a hole that's the size of a VW bug in the road, etc., and we start having safety challenges, people will be paying attention. And of course, they'll forget that, we're trying to move the needle here, but we're running out of dollars. I'm concerned when I look at what we are cutting now. It's concerning. I mean, I know that some of those positions we weren't filled and we made those adjustments, but now we're going to start talking about really making cuts that are significant to our system, and we just can't do it. And that makes me pause as an Oregonian, saying, why are we doing all these projects if we can't even, provide a level of service to to Oregonians? So, you'll hear from me. I'm being optimistic because I think that if we take this and we push this out, that's where you get people to start paying attention. And I've said it all along. Took us a long time to get HB 2017. It took years. So I'm done.
Mr. Byer?
I really think the operation and maintenance side is really underappreciated by folks. And they just don't understand it, you don't have the incident trucks on there, and when I drive up and down I-5, they're always out helping somebody. And if they weren't there, we'd go back to having the state police having to make those stops, and they've got their own problems. But I'm always amazed at people who do, driving up the last few times I've driven up, I'm always amazed at how people run into the end of the railings. Trucks out there. There are two of them between here and Springfield today, and a section of the safety cables torn out. It's sort of like you kind of wonder.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, just two things. One is I echo Vice Chair Brown's concern about snow removal and maintenance of the roads. And it's particularly a safety challenge, especially in central and eastern Oregon. We get a lot of snow, and if we don't have adequate snow plow and incident response, people lose lives. And so to me, that is one of the things that we need to make sure we don't cut. And if we have to cut other things, then we need to preserve that, just from a safety perspective. And then the other comment is, I think it's important for us to continue to have these conversations. They're not very pleasant, but we have to daylight it, because what I don't want to be is I want to be transparent, because we can't wait till 2 years from now when we're insolvent to start talking about it, because then people will ask us, how come you didn't let us know? And so we need to talk now. And talk often. That's my optimistic comment.
Thank you.
Well, I agree on the resources, revenues, and costs, and prioritization of expenditures. Which is why we have to get the revenue conversation going at some point, because we need to do it. Even if our financial posture was better, even if the cash flow is better, these are declining. Some of these sources are declining. This is all, again, projection, right? If they decline more rapidly, it's all about we're placing real bets here, and we don't have like 50, 75, $100 million here and there to fill in if we have these shortfalls. So we have to get at, let me say it more succinctly. We have a structural problem. This is not momentary. This is not political. This is structural, and it needs to be fixed, or the agency will be unable to do what it's supposed to do, it's charged to do. So we have to find answers. And if it means people have to come up to speed more rapidly who are unfamiliar or haven't been in the legislature a long time or much, if they're freshmen this year, they've got to understand this and view it as a key responsibility. Like some of the other priorities in the state that are discussed. To me, it's on that list. Julie's got a perky comment now.
I do. Now, here's your optimism. Okay. Because I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm just going to be positive. Okay. I can positively tell you that this commission is committed to helping you. And we will do everything in our power to make that happen. That the funding piece of it will happen. You've got some movers and shakers here sitting around, including our chair here, that really we've been talking about this amongst ourselves for quite a while, and we will get it done because it's the last thing before I retire. So
don't preview that, what the date is.
But I also will term out too, so we got to hurry up.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Good presentation. Don't misunderstand the aggressiveness on the curve is personal. It's not. Okay. We move to item K. Travis and Amanda.
Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, for the record, I am again and still Travis Brower, Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, and very grateful that Amanda has made it back from the Capitol to join me on this item. I'll let her introduce herself, and then I'll take her back over.
I am Travis Brower. No. My name is Amanda Hughes. I'm the Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis at the Oregon Department of Transportation.
It's been a long day. This is my fourth agenda item, so hopefully I can make it through without completely collapsing. So today, I admit it's with some trepidation that we come before you to talk about the 2027-2030 STIP development, given that you have not even approved the 24-27 STIP. But we recognized that we need to begin this work, and we thought it was important to at least start a little bit this month with a few things, like giving you sort of a STIP 101 and a financial preview in particular, talk a little bit about public engagement, and then really allow the conversation to begin when we have a full complement of commissioners starting in July, where we will begin that in-depth, robust conversation about how to allocate funding among different categories, and in particularly how to allocate scarce resources among different categories. So it's first part of the STIP 101. What is the STIP? When we talk about the ODOT's two budgets, it's that left side, the projects and program side of the budget, but not all of it. It is the capital program funds from federal FHWA and FTA funds, as well as state dollars from HB 2017 that go into construction projects. It's both state and local road construction projects, as well as public and active transportation programs and projects primarily funded by the FTA or FHWA. What is not in the STIP are some of our state-funded multimodal grant programs. The STIF that you just approved, those are kept out of the STIP in general, as is Connect Oregon and a few of our other multimodal grant programs. It is not the maintenance and operations of the state highway. So all those things that we were just talking about in the O&M budget, maintaining operating state highways, the state highway fund money that goes to cities and counties, and our revenue and administrative functions are not included in the STIP. So it is really a subset of ODOT's overall budget. Next slide, please. In the past, we have included.
Commissioner?
Sorry. Travis, on the maintaining highways, is there a distinction between overlays and maintaining?
Chair Van Brocklin, Commissioner Byer, that's a really good question. And one of the things we always have to remind folks of is we have sort of a strange definition of maintenance. When we talk about maintenance, we talk about the work of ODOT's crews You know, the folks with the ODOT vehicle, the flying T on the side that are out there day to day, plowing snow, patching potholes, doing some maintenance level paving. That's maintenance. Preservation is the work that we contract for with a construction contract company. Maintenance is generally not included in the STIP. The preservation work, the capital construction contracted work is in the STIP. So it will depend on an individual situation. When you see a guardrail that's needs to be repaired, most of the time an ODOT crew will go out and fix that. That's not in the STIP. But when you need to install 2 miles of guardrail or median barrier, that probably is a STIP project. That is.
I think the one that'd be confusing to most people, we're not familiar, is just the normal overlay of the roads. And I think that's not considered maintenance, right?
Yeah, Commissioner Byer, so a typical overlay that we have a construction contractor do would be in the STIP. When we go out and do, say, a couple miles or a few miles of, say, a chip seal with our crews, that generally is not in the STIP.
Okay.
So there is some distinction, but most of the major repair work is in the STIP when it is a larger preservation project. We have ODOT crews go out and do minor bridge repairs. We'll contract for almost everything else. So clear as mud is the distinction between those things. Believe me, there are days I have questions about this. So in the last STIP, we had 7 categories that we use as the program funding categories: fix it, safety, enhanced highway, public and active transportation, local government. We created a new category for ADA curb ramps because of the size and scope of that program, and other functions, was just sort of a catch-all for everything else. It's important to note that some programs and functions kind of cross these silos. So there's actually a lot of safety funding in all of these categories. And there's local government funding in all these categories as well, generally. So it's not a perfect breakdown. In this next step, we're going to be looking for ways to break down some of the barriers between these silos and build more complete projects, so that we're going to try to bring you some options for how to do that. So while these probably will still be categories you see, we're going to try to blur the lines a little bit to make it a little bit less siloed. Next slide, please. So the STIP is a very, very long time frame. I mean, we're looking out at projects all the way through 2030, and it is 2023. That seems absurd, and yet it is the timeline of the process that we follow. So we are expecting, we're starting the conversations today, and that you will have conversations in July through November and public outreach that will get us to a funding allocation in November or thereabouts. We can oftentimes slide a little bit, but really do need to have that funding allocation done in January so that we can begin the project scoping and selection process in 2024 and 2025. We'll come back to you then 3 years from now for public comment and OTC approval, just as we are with the 24-27 STIP right now. So a very long process. But one of the key elements of that really is this funding allocation process that you're going to be taking on over the course of the next 6 months. Next slide, please. So this is where we bring forward some of the financial challenges. The good news is we have a very well-funded STIP in 24 through 27, record amounts of funding, $3.3 billion. When you factor in all the HB 2017 and IIJA funding that's available over the course of those 3 years. In the 27-30 STIP, we project there's going to be more like $2.6 billion. So that is a 1/4 reduction from the last STIP. And beyond that, even within that, there's going to be less flexibility for the commission in how to allocate funds. Now, that seems kind of counterintuitive with all the money that's flowing in from HB 2017 and the federal infrastructure bill, but there's a number of factors here that are really going to reduce the flexibility and the amount of money and the buying power of the STIP in the next cycle. So where I've been saying that, it's been the best of times on the projects and program side of the budget, it's going to be maybe okay times going forward. So one of the major factors is the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will expire in 2026. Congress shoveled a ton of general fund money into the Highway Trust Fund in order to ramp up funding significantly. And I'll show you that in the next slide. When that expires, everybody is somewhat skeptical that Congress will be able to keep funding at that high level sustained into the future. And this next STIP will be entirely outside the timeframe of the IIJA. So we're projecting slightly lower funding levels at the federal level. You also just heard one of the other major reasons: state highway fund revenues are flat. And so we're not going to be seeing another infusion of additional resources coming in. We've also talked about in the last agenda item that because of our O&M shortfall, we're transferring funds essentially where we can from the projects and program side into O&M. So that's going to reduce the amount of money available in the STIP for projects. Another factor is we have some significant costs for our ADA program that are coming due. Over time, we're ramping up that program in order to meet our obligations to make the system accessible for people who experience a disability. And the peak of that program is going to be in the 27-30 STIP. So there will be both some of the debt service costs on the Garvey bonds that you approved in the 24-27 STIP, as well as significant cash spending out of the STIP in 27-30. And then last but not least, rapidly increasing construction costs mean that the $2.6 billion that we have will buy less than it has in the past. I shared with a couple of you the other day, we track the National Highway Construction Cost Index from the Federal Highway Administration, which shows that from the fourth quarter of 2020 to the third quarter of 2022, which is the last quarter for which data is available, highway construction costs went up 50% in 1 3/4 years. That's even faster than what we've seen on the consumer price side by a lot. And so in a sense, even that $2.6 billion will buy less than what we've seen in the past. So on the next slide, what we see is the actual what we expect to see at the federal level, which is the largest funding source for the STIP. So the special formula money you see for the IIJA, that was the bridge and electric vehicle money that was explicitly one time. Now, it doesn't mean Congress won't continue some of that, but it was explicitly one time. At the same time, that base lighter blue color, the highway formula funding, as you can see, it went way up from 2021 levels. We're projecting out in 27 through 2030 that it will be higher than at 2021 levels, but lower than 2026 levels. That may still be optimistic, frankly, because we've often seen that after the expiration of a long-term Surface Transportation Authorization Act, that funding falls significantly and stays below past levels for years. In fact, after Safety Lou expired in 2009, Congress held funding flat for 2 years. And then it was 7 years later, there was a dip. It took 7 years before Congress got back to that same level of funding in 2011. So that and that's not in inflation adjusted terms, that's just in nominal terms. So I think we want to be clear-eyed in our assessment of what the federal government will provide in the next STIP and not over allocate those dollars, or you might have to go back in and cut a significant number of projects. Next slide, please. So what this shows you is how much you allocated in the 24-27 STIP to each of the categories versus how much is required as a base based on federal law, state law, and the agreements that we have in place. So what you can see is that the largest category in the last STIP was Fix-It with a little over $1 billion. The base funding for Fix-It that is just simply required under HB 2017 is about half of that. Similarly, if you just go to the base funding for public and active transportation, you could see a significant reduction there. On the other hand, there'll be a significant increase in the amount of funding going to ADA curb ramps in the next STIP. There is some unallocated funding right at the moment. Our best guess is, and we're still running all these numbers and comparing programs, somewhere around $300 million. By comparison, you had over $400 million in the IIJA in flexible funding to allocate across different categories. So this tells you that your flexibility to direct money from one category to another is going to be limited compared to where we have been in the past. So with that, I will stop for a moment and hand it over to Ms. Peets.
Great. So I get to take a bad story and make it worse by saying there's less money And there's an abundance of needs on the transportation system. So as we look at our Oregon Transportation Plan that's out for public review, that document identifies what it would take to address and achieve the outcomes that we want to achieve across our multimodal transportation system. It does not say that we have to increase taxes by a precise amount, but it does indicate that if we need about 4 times more funding than we currently have available today. Next slide. So what that looks like, and this is similar to a slide you saw from Travis during the previous conversation, is it looks like an impact to every single Oregonian and visitor in the state of Oregon. Some are experiencing those today, and that will only get worse from here on out. We'll see a decline in service levels overall from the ability to remove snow from some of our roadways, to respond to a natural disaster and recover from that, to even our pavement and materials, our DMV services, and so on. Next slide. This slide really is the scary pictures. Our bridge conditions are getting worse. Asphalt is deteriorating, and that is creating additional safety risks. I think Commissioner Smith, you brought that up in the last conversation, that this is really affecting some of our core outcomes that we're trying to achieve as we're working towards really addressing fatalities and serious injuries across the transportation system. We need to save lives, and this has an impact on lives. You've seen some of these core statistics. I think previously we're replacing bridges about every 3 years, and the number of bridges in poor condition is steadily increasing. So going the wrong direction from what we like to see. Next slide. From the multimodal transportation system, we're with our current funding levels, it'll take over 150 years to complete the biking and walking networks. We have gaps in sidewalks. We have areas that lack bikeways. And we're able to address some of the most urgent needs, but it's still falling short, and it takes a very long time to get there. Some of our popular funding programs, Travis alluded to earlier, including Safe Routes to School and what we call our Community Paths program. Community Paths is the one of not on the roadway, but fully separated. Both of those programs are oversubscribed about 3 to 1. So the needs are 3 times the available funding that we have today. Next slide. And I think as we look ahead to the future, and this is one thing the Oregon Transportation Plan looks at too, is what are we expecting in the next 20 years to occur across the transportation system? One is technology offers some promising solutions to safety, to some other pieces as well, but that requires upfront capital expense. Not only does that require upfront capital expenditures, it also requires the long-term maintenance. We're struggling to maintain the systems and assets that we have today, let alone adding any new infrastructure. So it's a significant challenge for us. I think Chair Van Brocklin, you talked extensively about transportation electrification. Thank you. But that's one where, as Travis mentioned, some of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding will sunset. In addition, I think you all as a commission dedicated over $100 million to charging infrastructure that sunsets in the next 5 years. And so what happens beyond that as we try to fill in those private sector investments and make sure that charging is accessible to everyone everywhere? Climate change and extreme weather, these are things we're seeing a lot more in the state of Oregon. We've seen changes over the last 2 decades and exponentially in the last couple of years. Wildfires is a great example of that, flooding across our transportation system. Our system is more vulnerable than ever when we're not able to maintain kind of base levels. It makes it even more susceptible to go out when these types of events occur and longer time to recover from that. And that has large economic effects and affects people's daily lives. Next slide. Meanwhile, unfortunately, we're seeing fatalities and serious injuries on the rise. This is happening nationwide. It's a very troubling trend and is true in the state of Oregon as well. We're also seeing that more people are moving to the state of Oregon. Its population is increasing. Therefore, the demands across our multimodal transportation system increase. Congestion can get worse. Demands on public transportation services and ability to keep up with those will be challenged. We know in terms of our climate efforts, transportation is the biggest polluter, and we need to try to reduce emissions, and that's additional investments. And the transportation system from an equity standpoint is not available, accessible, or affordable to everyone. And those are gaps that we need to address and start to do. So the needs are plentiful. We do have some opportunities to try to prioritize with very limited funding, but we will be severely challenged, and our state of transportation, not just ODOT facilities, city and counties, will look very, very different over the next few years. Dr. Travis.
Thanks, Amanda. So we're going to come back to you in July, by the way, with a more in-depth discussion around needs across the system to sort of set off the conversation about the STIF and where the investment should be made. So we can look forward to that discussion in a couple of months. Public engagement and comment is an important aspect of the STIF, particularly this funding allocation process. So we have, as you know, gone through a number of recent public comment processes, the 24-27 STIP that we did back in 2020, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which started about a year and a half later, that really kicked off the Oregon Transportation Plan that Amanda's led, as well as our Transportation Needs and Issues Survey, which we do every 2 years to get a representative sampling from Oregonians. So as we begin the public engagement discussion with Oregonians about how funding should be invested in the STIP, we have literally thousands of public comments from the last several years, spanning hundreds of pages, that give us a pretty good sense of how the public expects us to manage the system, where they would like you to invest across the system. And we expect that we will rely both on the engagement we're going to do over the next 6 months, as well as what we've heard in the past. And I want to share some of those major themes. So one of the things we see in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was that we heard a number of major themes all across the state. Not to read all these to you, but a lot of support for investing in public and active transportation, preserving bridges and road conditions, addressing bottlenecks on state highways, addressing the needs of urban arterials, and improving safety across all modes and programs. On the next slide, what you'll see is that that's very consistent with what we've seen in the Transportation Needs and Issues Survey. This is a long data series that we do every 2 years. We survey about 1,400 Oregonians or thereabouts to get a sense of their priorities for investment. What we have consistently seen is maintaining roads and bridges, improving roadway safety, reducing traffic congestion are pretty much always the top three. And then there's other, bridge seismic improvements, protecting the environment, high level of consensus there. One of the things I should note is that we have started breaking this data down by different demographic groups to make sure that we're not just taking an unrepresentative sample, because the overall sample is a little unrepresentative. It's skewed toward more educated, higher income, and older people across the state. So we've looked at subsets for lower income, younger, and people of color to make sure that we're looking at that. And the thing I think is the most interesting is that it is a high level of consensus across all of these. There's very little difference between the different subgroups in their priorities for investment across the system. In fact, I had a statistician look at this and he said, almost nothing here is statistically significant different. There are, when I did a regional breakdown, because yes, I do enjoy geeking out on public opinion survey data, there are significant regional differences, primarily in things like reducing greenhouse gas emissions or EV charging stations. Not so much in the other areas, maintenance, safety, congestion are priorities all across the state. So point being, we have very good objective survey data coming in from folks all across Oregon that give us a sense of what those investment priorities are.
So looking now to the Oregon Transportation Plan and some recent outreach we've done as recently as January of this year, where we really asked the state of Oregon to respond to where we should invest and focus some of our transportation dollars. And these three key themes emerged, including increasing investments in multimodal transportation options, prioritizing safety for vulnerable road users, in particular bicyclists and pedestrians, and then reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As I mentioned on a previous agenda item about the Oregon Transportation Plan, there's 6 goal areas that need to be balanced across things. So all of those kind of are noted as a need and interest area. The 3 called out in particular in the vision statement are safety, equity, and climate. And then certainly themes and tones for multimodal options and that maintenance and kind of base level system. So pretty consistent comments, I think, with what you're hearing from Travis.
Mr. Chair.
Lee?
Amanda, were those opinions regionally different?
Yeah, so Chair Van Brocklen, Commissioner Byer, we did see some differences between rural and urban areas in terms of some of the preferences that we shared. But part of collecting the feedback was really trying to centralize the users of the transportation system and help understand the impacts to real people. So what we created were personas to show people in Eastern Oregon and some of their impacts in pretty rural areas, in more urban areas, people that rely on a car, people that don't rely on a car, to get that mix. And this was generally the top theme among all areas of the state of those who responded to the public outreach. So it's different than the survey that was more, I think, statistically valid, but the people that responded to this one, there was pretty good consistency, although a little bit of variance.
Have you noticed in this public comment period that any what appears to be organized commenting effort is gone on?
Chair Van Brocklen, I think in terms of previous STIF cycles, we've seen some organization around form letters is what I would call it, where we see
postcards, things of that type.
Yeah, so, and we've seen that with Oregon Transportation Plan, most recently on some of the environmental type comments.
Yeah, and Chair Van Brocklen, we've seen that too. When we've done surveys on the STIP, you occasionally see an organization that says, hey, vote for this as number one and vote everything else as 0 in order to sort of skew things toward their approach. So we always have to make sure that even when we're doing the outreach, we're allowing a broad swath of the public to comment, and it's not just, narrow individual segments, and you're setting up the public comment opportunity in a way that doesn't encourage people to essentially game the system.
Yeah. Thank you.
So as I noted, we're going to do significant outreach for the STIP. One of the areas that we rely really heavily on is our area commissions on transportation and our advisory committees. We typically go out and either someone from the headquarters leadership team or the region staff goes and gives presentations like we gave today and seeks feedback from the members of the ACT. We generally do that at least twice in each STIP comment cycle so that we can bring that feedback from the ground out in the regions and the advisory committees out to you or back to you. We'll do the same with the MPO policy boards across the state, allowing an opportunity to have those discussions and gather that feedback. We will do an online open house and also have public comment opportunities. We've started to do online public comment sessions, for example. Obviously, we get a lot of email, letters, etc. So we will be building an extensive record that gathers input on how the public feels about your decisions about the STIP and share that back with you so you can use that as part of your decision making.
So as we look to propose policy direction in the draft Oregon Transportation Plan, hopefully adopted in July, we have a framework for how do we take limited transportation dollars and start to prioritize that? Because if we say everything is of equal importance, and then we've not prioritized anything. So what we try to do is create some structure. So you'll see, for example, this is more of a tiered approach. What this means is it's not a strict hierarchy where you can only do things in the highest category and then and only then can you move down to the next one. It really is across all tiers with preference towards the higher tier actions. So as you look at this and you look at the top item listed in each of those 3 boxes, really addresses safety. So it shows an example of the first order is addressing fatalities and serious injuries, then reducing the severity of crashes, and then increasing users' sense of safety. So some of the top priorities kind of in here are, again, addressing fatalities and serious injuries, maintaining our key assets, corridors, and lifeline routes. So we have what we call fix-it priority corridors. We have, and those are really based on our seismic lifeline routes in many ways. We've done some adaptation work, so we have some ideas of what routes we need to prioritize as part of that. Adding critical bikeways and walkways in high need locations and preserving current public transportation services. So those are some of the kind of elevated themes that we've come out with. And then if you look across the funding scenarios that are prescribed there, they address each of these 4 major components, including maintenance. So critical assets, those lifeline routes, those key corridors, and those are really multimodal. So as one might think, when I say corridor, you're talking about a roadway. Well, roadways support buses, they support bikeways and walkways as well. So it really is that multimodal element of that. Safety, so fatalities and serious injuries. multimodal critical connections in high need locations, and that is defined in policy as connections to public transportation services, to downtown, to major shopping centers and job centers, and certainly schools. And then timely investments is, where do we get the best benefit from investing now versus investing later? Some of that includes transportation electrification and charging infrastructure as an example of that. So with that, I'll turn it back to Travis, who will share some questions.
Yeah. So as we begin this work, we just had two questions that we wanted to put to you to help guide the direction as we really start this work. So first, given our discussion about public engagement, given the recent engagement we've had on the STIP, IIJA, and OTP, to what extent should we undertake extensive public input processes versus relying a little bit more on the input we've already received from those multiple efforts? And then second, given the OTP policy direction that you've heard about today, the needs across the system, and the funding limitations we just laid out, how do you think about the trade-offs and priorities for investment of scarce resources? And of course, you can provide any other feedback on any other topic, but these are two that would be really helpful for us as we start thinking through this.
Any thoughts on those questions? Julie?
Sure. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair. So I think it's great that we have comment, but I really do believe that the public needs to get involved. I mean, this is a big deal. And I hope that when you spin this, you can go ahead and be pessimistic. It's okay. But always finish with, but there is hope. I think that we need to get the legislative transportation committee maybe involved in this and doing on the off year a tour again of having those outreach components of asking communities what is important to you. I mean, I think that was very important the last time, although I can tell you that transit did fudge it a little bit and we did stack it at some of those meetings. But I think that those are a way of really getting public involvement. And I think that having just a website or doing, sending out and going and visit the MPOs know it, they live it, the acts know it, they live it because they're looking for those dollars too, but also engaging them in a conversation too. You need to be part of the solution, not sit back and let us carry the heavy water on it.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Julie. I think you need to involve the acts and the MPOs just because they're part of the system. And we're hearing what.
Whoops, pull you over.
Be a little closer to the red light.
We hear a lot complaints from them about not being heard and all that. So involving them, but I think you're right. It's intriguing to me if there's a way to involve the legislature in regional meetings or whatever and having these discussions. It's that may be part of the way to get at the 25 package, doing more about that. The one thing that strikes me in terms of the balance and priorities is it's important to me to maintain the system. And I assume we have some kind of a schedule for repaving stretches of the highways and freeways and kind of figuring out what that number needs to be to maintain that schedule is a good place to start. And particularly in educating people of if you want the system to be this way, you need to do that. We need to have that in there. And I guess the other side, and again, I'm kind of going to go to where I think is planning for the future. The electrification may stand up big in people's mind or may not stand up in people's minds, but I really believe if we don't do a good job, and that doesn't necessarily just mean spending STIP money, but pushing that program ahead, that when that transition happens, if we're not ready for it, the public will really blame ODOT for it.
Can I comment on one thing you said, Commissioner, is MPOs and acts are important. And I think that that's where this plays into what Sharon and I have done over a period of time of talking to them and making them understand that they have a responsibility in this too. They can't just look to ODOT and say, give me the money. give me my fair share, my split. And so I think this is an opportunity. They're saying they want to help and they want to be involved. We hold their feet to the fire and do that.
Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I agree with both Julie and Lee in terms of, the public outreach needs to include the acts and the MPOs and our legislative team. And it seems to me that there's an opportunity because many of the ACT members are local elected officials and have relationships with our legislators. And so maybe that's a different angle for public input, is to see if we can't come up with a way to convene the acts and the local legislators to have this conversation with us with the commission, with the staff, and maybe come up with the plan to do a little bit of a roadshow. And it could be a combination of not just for the STIF, but for the legislative session, and really do a little more robust work, including us. We have to be part of that discussion in order to really have the community consensus and bring the electeds along, because I know that you guys have done a fabulous job, citizen input and community input, but we need to do a better job, we being the commission, of let's make sure the elected officials are coming along. And then on the priority policy direction, maintenance and operations.
I guess I'll just add one comment to the discussion that just occurred, the comments offered. Maybe considering taking a page out of the 2016 book and getting members of the legislature, members of the commission, maybe particularly members of the legislature who are on the joint committee and the subcommittee just formed, to be in places they don't represent. It's an investment of time, but I think there is real value. You're a member of the Oregon legislature. Here's what's going on in Oregon. Here's the 4 meetings: Medford, Bend, Corvallis, Portland. So they have to invest in learning about the needs of the entire state. And I think that was the magic in 2016 in large measure that pushed us, because one of the principal things that came out of that was congestion in Portland is the #1 statewide transportation problem. And we're hearing it in Lakeview. That, I don't know if people would buy into that or if they just want to stay in their little parts of the state. But this is a time when we ought to be learning about the whole state and trying to figure out how we serve the whole state so that it works, because it needs to be an integrated whole. Just on seismic, think about the importance of these major points of connection from the coast to the valley, from the valley across the mountains to central Oregon. We need to use this as an opportunity to educate and knit state policy leaders into understanding what their department faces, as opposed to being localized all the time.
Don't forget Region 5.
Yes, I was going to say
And
that.
Region 5, Pendleton, Nissa. I did say Nissa earlier. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's some of the most beautiful country in the state, So, and I mean, one of my favorite meetings on this commission was the one in John Day, which was really like just opening up what they're thinking about, was so different. And maybe the most favorite was in Bandon, when we were rolling out what we were going to do on transit. And I think we bought 2 buses for the Coos Bay, Bandon area. They were ecstatic. It just is revelatory to be in these places and listen to people you don't ordinarily listen to. If you think the only thing you're responsible for is a small piece of the state, talking to other people who represent adjacent small pieces of that part of the state, I don't think you're on something like this. I don't really think you're stepping up. So I would get more ambitious about it than just having everybody. They already do that. And I love the idea of trying to get it beyond the interest groups. And so would Senator Hatfield. Should I say 5-term US Senator Mark Hatfield?
So you can be optimistic now?
I'm always optimistic, Vice Chair Brown.
Okay.
I just don't act like it.
So did that help?
Mr. Brower is always optimistic and yet delivers pessimistic news. That's what he does.
Commissioners, we appreciate that insight, and we'll have many more conversations about this as we go forward. I'll note, there were in fact 2 tours of the state that I got to tag along on back in 2016 between the vision panel that the governor had convened and the work of the Legislative Joint Committee on Transportation, Preservation, and Modernization.
Remember that name.
Commissioner Byer co-chaired. Yes, indeed. And so they were incredibly foundational for building that support across the entirety of the state. And we were very much engaged in helping put those together. So I think as the thinking about a 25 package comes together, that would be a wise lesson to recreate those.
Yeah, I would really
those
borrow
successful
that
tours.
page from that period. I think I would hope you could get the governor to help you with that.
We will.
Because she saw it before as speaker.
I'm seeing a volunteer opportunity for a former chair of.
Go talk to the governor any day. Anything else?
That approach works so well that they used it 2 years later to pass an education package.
Right. It's a great approach. Yeah. And I think it's tested and has value. And there's no reason to have people hold up in their own little areas. And I think that's part of the problem right now is people are too localized. I get they represent a certain constituency, but we're not asking for a lot of time here.
Mr. Chair, I certainly don't want to be the last word, if I may, for 1 second. I would just offer that the ACT discussion is going to be really important going forward. A geographically dispersed discussion is going to be really important going forward. And while I certainly don't want to cast any kind of negative feelings at all, in fact, I think the work done in 2016 was monumental to really build towards 2017. I will also note just how different this work is as we look forward.
Yeah.
House Bill 2017 has been fantastic for us. It's been great for the state. And I will always say it's never enough because we can never get to enough. But the work that went into that really did build a foundation for different programs and things that have been tremendous for our state. We have to go into those conversations, though, that regardless of how they're established and where they are, in a way that talks about operations and maintenance, because it's one thing to have a conversation at an ACT table or even any geographically represented table and say, my projects are better than your project, right? And that's a lot of the conversation. It's a whole other thing to say the entire state is starved for the ability to maintain what you have today. And that's where we have to open every conversation.
That's a really good point. And I think the landscape has changed in a lot of ways. So that may be the new, instead of the STIF and the new innovative things, it may be that's the centerpiece of the discussion. We have to have a system that can operate around the state that is adequately maintained. Maybe that's the lead. I just think there's value in trying to mix it up a little.
And I would also say that this is not just a state issue. And so while I know far less of the eaches and the details associated with the counties and the cities and what they're dealing with right now. I know that my email is flooded with the number of bridge closures, the number of road closures, the number of things that all the other jurisdictions are feeling right now and how starved they are for operating dollars as well.
I also think that was like we were saying, like you were saying, a model for the education thing that I think having a model that works in the 20s, the way that model worked in the teens, whatever its dimensions are, would be useful for the legislature broadly, because I do think it's camped up a bit.
One comment, Chair.
Yeah.
The one thing that I'm going to caution us on is if we make these predictions, we follow through. I can tell you from my own experience, if you say you're going to cut, you cut, no matter how hard it is, because you have to be transparent and truthful. And then, it may hurt for a while, but you can come back from it. But when you threaten and you don't do, as you say, or you find a way to bail yourself out doing something else, it's not helpful.
And Madam Vice Chair, to that point, I think that's very well said. And the way that we've described it is don't put anything on the table that we don't have to do.
Yeah.
So none of what our team is bringing forward is a threat of what should influence an outcome. It is the actions that we're going to have to employ. And so you're spot on, because we can't be in a position where we say this is what the outcome is, and then come back and say we figured it out.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Is there any other business before us? If not, we're adjourned.